we come to a 4-hour challenge, a real challenge for the Michelin Pilot Challenge at the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. 13 corners packed into 2.4 miles or thereabouts. The names have gone down in history. The carousel that leads onto the finish straight, not the start straight. That's halfway between the keyhole and turn 4. A track of split personality in some ways. From the carousel round to turn 4, it's basically 3 fast straights and a couple of big braking areas. From there, it's all about how the car handles. Uphill, down dale, and switchback. It is not for nothing that there's parts of this course that resemble a roller coaster. Hello everybody and welcome along to the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Ryan Marine joins me, John Hindhoff, and in our countdown to green, we were basically throwing darts at a dartboard to decide what is going on. I quoted you earlier on today, Ryan, in one of the other IMSA races, that this is a Chamber of Commerce day with the track temperature getting toasty now. 40 Celsius is 104 Fahrenheit, 79 Fahrenheit in the air is 26 Celsius. We're not into the worry area for the Michelin tyre technicians now, but there will have to be a measure of tyre management by the GS GT4 cars, and I think particularly on the fronts of the TCR cars. Welcome to the broadcast.
Yes. Thank you, John, and spot on. That's something we'll be tracking over the course of this 4-hour race. But as far as the conditions go, compare it to yesterday, and you pretty much flipped it on its head, right? We had a deluge at the track yesterday. It affected the schedule. Qualifying got pushed back a little bit in the evening yesterday. But sun is out today. Temperature is very pleasant. And for the fans that have made their way out to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car course, you really couldn't ask for much better weather to sit and take in 4 hours of Michelin Pilot Challenge racing.
The voice of Brian Till there, who'll be running the pit lane for us. We will have our video pit lane reports. We'll be looking for the Michelin moment of the race in both of the classes. Could be an overtake, and might be a bit of strategy, who knows. 4 hours on the clock, we'll get them to form up now. I mentioned that we don't start where we finish. The green flag, and we do have a split field by the way with 2 safety cars, 2 pace cars as they are now, on the circuit at the same time. And we will start the 4 hours when the cars go across the finishing line this time around. And then we'll get the green flag halfway down the back straight in that heavy braking area at turn number 4. So the first of the 2 pace cars is into the pits. We actually go to full course yellow right now for half a lap. So right now, at the front of the field, the BMW number 39, Jeff Westphal, is controlling the pace of the field. Race control are asking the teams to form up in a 2x2 formation heading up the hill to the keyhole. So it's BMW from Carbahn and Autotechnic, then Aston Martin from Van der Ster Racing, then it's Toyota, Cush Copland Motorsport, McLaren and BMW, Ibiza Farm Motorsport and Turner, BMW and Toyota, Carbahn and BSI, And then it's Mercedes-AMG from Winward and Ford Mustang from Macumbi Racing on the front 5 rows. We get a green flag early, and the poleman's gone early. Jeff Westphal in the grey and very, very bright green machine. Heads off, immediately pulls onto the racing line, which means he's crossed over the track and goes into the right-hander at turn 4 on the optimum line. He had no challenge there at all, and that's a pretty much perfect start. Let's make sure everybody gets over the top of the rise and heads down through into the S's. Used to be the walkover bridge there some years ago. Yes, I am that old that I remember when that was there. And through into Thunder Valley for the first time. Now, start number 2, TCR. And this is Honda and the Hyundai of Brian Hurtner Motorsport, then Honda Civic Cupras and more Hondas. And again, a very early jump. As soon as the green flag was in the air from the Honda Civic of KMW Motorsports, Rocco Pasquarella has jumped away. And oh, there's big damage to one of the Porsches. That's a wheel and some kind of suspension that is off the car, and that then is Athan Sterling in the number 4 Porsche. This is full course caution, and we've got the TCR cars, Ryan Marine, coming into that area right now. Medusa Motorsport have had a terrible start to the race.
Oh, you hate to see that. Big damage to the right rear. It all started with a spin for Chris Miller right in the middle of the pack at the crest of the hill. So that's a really difficult part of the track from a visual perspective. You're coming up and down the hills through twists and turns, and that was one that was more or less unsighted. I said left the rear. It was actually on the right front that took the hit there on the Aston for the Medusa team, and that is significant damage. That car, I can't imagine, will take any further part, and 2 other cars at least got a piece of that as well.
Oh yeah, I'll give you the a bit of a curveball there. That was right front. You're right. I thought that looked like a drive shaft that had pulled out. There was so much metal work on there, but that in fact has pulled the whole suspension arm away with that. Our AMR safety crews, brand new for 2026, not the safety crews. They are the best in the business and have plenty of experience, but their vehicle of choice to get them safely and securely to the scene of any incident is the 2026 Ford F-150 Raptor. And they have been cutting a bit of a dash at a variety of racetracks already this season. They'll let the field go by as Jeff Westphal held on to the lead. Also involved there was the Core Motorsports number 60. That's the Ford Mustang, the red and white car. That was Evan Slater involved there. And that car is coming out now. Is he going to get held, or is he going to get out before the safety car comes through? He's out ahead of the Honda safety car. The Honda safety car couldn't get onto the track because Evan was coming through the pit lane, and that means he has not dropped the lead lap. That's a bit of good fortune there, and he skittles off up to the top of the hill and the keyhole. But that is magic stuff for Evan Slater. Core Motorsports stay on the lead lap.
Well, let's file that away for later in case they end up in contention, because that was crisis averted, and by the narrowest of margins to get out ahead of that Acura Integra Type S safety car, John, which is actually built just down the road in Marysville. All of the Integra Type Rs are built not far at all away from right here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. But for that Core Motorsports team, assuming the damage isn't too significant and assuming they're able to keep going here, it's a new co-driver for the weekend for Evan Slater. Mike Skeen gets the call up. He'll replace Ray Mason for the rest of the season. He drove with them back at Daytona at the start of the year, but I think this could be a car and a team to watch in the second half of the season. Mike is really good. Plug and play to put him into one of the easy 4 cars.
So it gives us a chance then to sort of put the season in perspective, Ryan, if you like. I mentioned this was the second of our 4-hour race. We only have 2 of them. It's been a couple of seasons now that the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge has been here at Mid-Ohio as the main event, if you will. and it's been very successful. You and I have called some tremendously exciting races. As we come into this weekend, this I think is the biggest TCR field we've seen for quite a while. 16 of them started, and they're all still running. We've lost one of the 30 GS cars. We talked about it in our countdown to green, but let's just bring everybody up to date with what's been happening this weekend. You heard the grid, so you know who qualified well. But what about, who are the form teams at the moment? And let's start with TCR first.
Well, in TCR, it's been a pretty fair mix at the front of the field. We've seen Hondas show well at times. One of the Brian Herta Autosport Hyundais qualified well. The others, by and large, starting down towards the back. The thing that was remarkable to me in qualifying, John, was the gap between first and second was just 8/1000ths of a second. That's pole to second place, so really, really competitive there as far as that goes. I think what could be interesting, too, is the a couple driver changes or at least additions. You mentioned Dai Yoshihara earlier, having him back with MMG. Not a bad plug-and-play option, right? When you expand the lineup for these 4-hour races. We saw Dai with the team back at Daytona as well. And then another change in a lineup for the Victor Gonzalez racing team. Dr. William Talley had that big accident at Laguna, remember, and couldn't be here to take the start in this race. So they've brought Caleb Bacon in to go alongside of Stephen Clemens. And I think that car, which is 5th right now in TCR, could be one to watch, and we hope Dr. Talley's feeling better soon. As far as GS goes, it's been BMW by and large in the practice sessions, but as we've talked about before, I wouldn't say that it's a done deal, that it's going to be a BMW race. Supras have been strong. That start from Estep in the Aston to get up to second place, that's remarkable. And then that McLaren from Ibiza Farms Racing, Moise Uretsky with a great qualifying effort to put that car up in 5th. Just some of the cars to keep an eye on in this 4-hour race.
Just some of the cars, he says. But that is the nature of the Michelin Pilot Challenge. It sounds like we're hedging our bets. Great work, but it is very, very tight. Great work by Track Services, by the AMR safety crew, and by our corner workers and marshals means that we have lost barely any time after a quite serious wreck. And the green flag is in the air, and we restart at the finish line, not where we started. So Jeff Westphal takes up the battle again, goes through turn 1. And that's an absolutely tremendous restart. The battle is on behind him with the second-placed Aston Martin Vantage of Van der Steur Racing running in the black and red colours, with Stephen McAleer and Autotechnic Racing in the BMW in 3rd position, just ahead of the Toyota with the light blue and orange front. They are holding position at the moment. It would not have been a split start this time, so that's going to make things interesting for Rocco Pasquarella for KMW Motorsport, because those TCR cars at the front of the field are every bit the equal of some of the GS cars at the back, particularly from turn 4 onwards, where it's the twisty bits. The TCRs are particularly good through the corners. Leaders got away just a tiny little bit. Early running, 3 hours 50 and 24, 23, 22, 21 to go. And it is Jeff Westphal ahead of the battling Trenton Estep and Stephen McAleer in 3rd. Primary.
Well, McAleer got jumped on that initial start, so he's looking to atone for that now, putting the pressure on the Aston at the moment, just behind Ford Koch. Pretty good restart once again. He's got Uretsky behind. And to your point about the front runners in TCR, I think Rocco Pasquarella, the pole sitter in TCR, would have qualified about 12th in the GS field if they didn't do the split between the classes. So the front of that TCR field is very, very fast and has the pace certainly to run at least at the midfield of the GS class, if not further up.
And the problem with that is that every time there's a safety car, we split the field again. So they've got to work their way back through. And of course, it's the leader who has to go through them first. the TCRs are an extremely efficient and cost-effective racing car. They never started life as the little 5-door hatchback on which they are based. They were built by the manufacturers as effectively a formula racing car. It's just a different type of racing car. So like GT4 and GT3, and there's the pass for second, and pass back again over the top of the brow at turn 9. Oh, this is going to be fun all day. So the Aston and the BMW, two front-engined sports cars coming from very different philosophies, and the Supra's in there behind them. Then the multicoloured Ibiza Farm McLaren, the mid-engined car. Said watch for that coming forward. We haven't really seen any green flag running. Just to finish the thought about the TCR, they are built by the manufacturers as race cars, and at that point they are pretty sophisticated race cars as well, Ryan, in terms of their engineering, the quality of equipment that's on them. It's not as if they had to have all of the amenities stripped out of them, because they were never race cars to start with, and they are fast.
Oh, they sure are. Teams that have run both will tell you that the TCR car is actually more technically challenging to work on. So while it is the lower class technically in Michelin Pilot Challenge, there's nothing that's not top level about the modern TCR car. Meanwhile, Chris Miller is in the pits. This is one of the cars that was caught up in that incident. Really, I don't know if it got tipped around or just spun, but that car had the issue that set off the course of events that led to the first full course yellow, and they were called to the pits with a mechanical black flag by race control.
Indeed so, and we've also had Sean Quinlan with a little spin from Stephen Cameron Ford Mustang. That was up at the keyhole. Turn 2. He has pointed that back in the right direction, and there's lots of bit of ground. Did he get a little help on that as well as he was going up the hill? There was a whole gaggle of cars there. Hello to Dave Alcock, who's joining us from the Fylde coast in northwest England. Always good, he says, to see Michelin Pilot Challenge at the head of the race card. So hello to RBMK, thank you very much for your note. Tell me where you are listening on that, and I'll get a look at that. Ryan Marine, early doors here. What are your early thoughts?
Well, so far I've been impressed with Estep getting that second place off the start, but McAleer pretty aggressive, trying to get that position back. And behind, man, it has been quite a fight here, really, from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th on back. It looks like Ford Koch has his hands full with Uretsky, who in turn has McAvern right behind, and Weisenberg there as well. By the way, that initial incident was reviewed and it was deemed inconclusive, so there was no ruling about any potential contact that led to the spin from Chris Miller. And now we have a subsequent review. That's cars 14 and 19. So the 19 is Quinlan that had this spin, and then 14, I think that would be Hampton or Merrill. Anyway, that car is apparently the other car involved, and that's right now under review at the moment.
Brian Till in the pit lane, and he'll be bringing us all of the interviews. BDO Pit Lane Report. So RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, live coverage of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, O'Reilly Auto Parts, 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. John Heindorf and Ryan Marie in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. So Moise Uretsky getting talked up by his teammate there down on the lane. He's doing what he needs to do at the moment, and that is keep that car on the track. 5th position is fine. Battling away in TCR at the moment. Pasquarella still leads it, and leads it by a bit of a margin. I wasn't expecting to see this kind of gap so early on for KMW Motorsports, Ryan Marie, but he's obviously worked his way through some of the GS traffic. He's put Dan, a man behind him for VRC Motorsports, Ted Giovannis, and one or two others. Sean Quinlan had a spin, of course, but right now, the first in TCR has a lead that is unusually comfortable, shall we say.
Yeah, I'm surprised too, given how close it was in qualifying. The other surprise, maybe it shouldn't be, but the Victor Gonzalez Racing Cupra of Tyler Gonzalez has made its way from 4th on the starting grid and up to 2nd in class. And that's definitely some muscle flex there by the Cupra group. You look at the top 3 in TCR, it's 3 different manufacturers, Honda, Cupra, and Hyundai in the top 3 spots. But it does seem like Pasquarella's had better luck making his way through the GS traffic than those behind him at this stage.
Said keep an eye on those Cupras. It's early days, but already they've started to come forward. VG RT jumped in fairly early. Let's not forget it was Team Gore who started the ball rolling with the Cupra. Cupra, the Spanish sporting arm of the Volkswagen Group, came out of SEAT, which was the original Spanish national automotive company, taken over by Volkswagen Group a long time ago. And then down through the years, they were building Cupras as their sporting models. Now Cupra is in fact a brand on its own. Catch up with Brian again in a moment. He's down with KMW Motorsports, Rocco Pasquarella leading TCR. It is their home track, of course. Thank you, Brian. Brian Till. It is their home track, the Marysville production plant is not even an hour, just over an hour up the road. HART from this area as well. Those guys love being here, and there's been a long association between Honda and this circuit. Just on 20 minutes completed of this 4-hour race. We've had a little bit of full course yellow, Ryan Marine, nothing I think that will massively affect the fuel mileage. Lucas Weisenberg in the BSI Racing Toyota going through turn 1 at the moment. The red car with the stripy roof sits in 8th position instead of Nate Cicero. It's settled down after a little bit of an untidy start, and now we're into that area of the race when people are looking at their fuel numbers, right?
That's right, so we'll start to look at the strategy now, and the thing to keep in mind is the minimum drive time is 40 minutes, so we're at just over 22 minutes gone by now, halfway through the minimum for the first drivers in these cars. An added wrinkle to the strategy, though, for these 4-hour races is that the teams have the ability to run a third driver if they want to. About a third, I'd say, of the field has elected to do that, and that minimum drive time applies to all 3 drivers across the board. So if they're going to be playing that game, they have to make sure that each of the 3 drivers, most importantly the first 2 that get in, get that 40 minutes taken care of, and then the third driver can go the rest of the way from there.
Been a really interesting journey for the Toyota GR Supra, built over in Europe actually by a team not necessarily, or an organisation not necessarily associated with Toyota, and that is WRT, the Werts Racing Group, based on the other side of the motorway from Liège Airport. Part of their manufacturing facility there builds all of the Toyota GT4s under license from Toyota Gazoo Racing. They're all turned out in a very bright shade of white. The development of that car has been really interesting. It's taken a little while to catch on in some markets, but to be fair, Ryan, we've had a couple of successes down through the years here in the Michelin Pilot Challenge with the Toyota GR Supra, and it's just made more people think, okay, let's have something different, and now that we know it can win and it can succeed, then it's an opportunity for some of the teams to try something that is just a little bit more variety.
Which we love. That's one of the great things about sports car racing. You get different looks, different sounds to the cars, and this Supra platform, it's gone through a couple different evolution cycles. We're onto the Evo 2 right now, and it just keeps getting better as they continue to update the car, as you might expect. The initial version of the car, everybody I ever talked to who drove one, they were quick to say it's fast, but it's edgy. The window is quite small to try and get the ultimate performance out of it, and that made it difficult, especially for non-professional drivers. But with each subsequent evolution, the car gets a bit more complacent, the window starts to open up, and I think that's part of the reason we've seen the popularity of the platform skyrocket, is the fact that now it's something that from the top line pro all the way down to someone relatively new to motorsport, they can jump in, feel comfortable, and be on the pace.
I think that's a really interesting point that you make there, Ryan, because with these evolutions, these Evo kits that manufacturers bring out for their cars, in a balance of performance category, such as we have here in GS and GT4 and GT3 all over the world, you might ask yourself, what is the point of asking your customers to spend perhaps quite a lot of money in updating the car to the next evolution? And that's a fair point. And the answer to that is that quite a lot of the manufacturers' Evos nowadays aren't necessarily for outright speed, but they are to allow that performance to be unlocked in a greater variety of conditions, types of track surfaces, even weather conditions, and to make the car more consistent to drive for the non-pro driver. And that isn't how it used to be when we first started doing the evolutions. This is something that started happening fairly recently. I think that's a good point you made. Let's check back in with the action at the sharper end of the GS GT4 field. Beath Farm Motorsport, McLaren, Moisey-Uretsky in a bit of a battle at the moment. And Dylan McAvern's just gone by. And I think we're talking about supers as well. Is that Lucas Weisenberg has just gone by, as well as that Ford Koch right ahead of him. But there's definitely been the BMW gone ahead of the Ibiza Farm multicoloured McLaren, and sitting in behind there, that McLaren, is the Turner, the car barn, Steve from Wetterau, second car barn cars. So for the moment, Moisey-Uretsky holding station or thereabouts. But again, as we heard in that interview, Ryan, the job for Moisey is to stay there, keep the car in one piece, and whenever the handover comes, whether it's at 40 minutes or deeper into the race, then the car has to be in position to go to the end. Ooh, nice move by the Super as well there through turn 1.
Right, now dealing with a little bit of traffic here. It looks to me like McAvern's trying to find a way past Ford Koch, who might have been held up slightly by the traffic. But to your point about Uretsky, he's gotten really good at understanding that role, qualifying the car inside the top 10 and keeping it there during his stints. And he knows he's got a real weapon in the arsenal in Michael Cooper, who will take over in the second half of this race.
Race we never know with these races. We just don't know. Half an hour in, so 9 minutes to go before you can change your driver. The different engine noises coming through our effects mics trackside, and the whistle of the turbocharged cars as well, the little turbo wastegate chirp that takes me right back to the 80s and 90s, and standing in the forest of what's now WRC World Rally Championship. Little love tap on Ford Koch by the BMW from Turner Motorsport. Dylan McAvern just reminding Ford that he is sitting in 5th position in the rivalry. Might like to upgrade that bit to 4th in the Ford team.
He sure would, if given the opportunity. When it was the last time out, McAvern moved the bars that propelled them to the lead in the championship, but it's really tight in GS. Only 30 points, their advantage, but back-to-back podiums. They've not finished worse than 4th all season. That Turner team really seems to have unlocked some pace potential in this car here as the season has progressed. Behind them, another BMW unlocking some potential. That is Steve Wetterau. Cameron Shields is the co-driver there. They've not had a good year. Don't really have much of a result to point to this point in the season, despite the fact they've been quick at times. And if Steve can keep that car right where he is, kind of similar story when Cameron Shields gets in, that should be a car that will be there contending inside the top 10, all things being equal.
Intrigued at these battles further down the field as well. Let's pick up on some TCR action. We did say that the Cupras are likely to come through 6th position for Victor Gonzalez Racing, and 6th and 7th, that's Rafael Race for Stallion Motorsport, who is having a little look there. Strikes me, look how dirty it is offline there, right? Strikes me that these TCR cars really are struggling with front grip in these hot conditions. 109 Fahrenheit on the track now is 42 Celsius. And I get the feeling that the drivers are really, if they're not tiptoeing, they're still pushing on. but they are still having to be careful.
It seems that way, and managing front tires, that's the name of the game in TCR racing, because these are all front-wheel drive cars, so all the main stress is really on the tires. It's going to be all on the front axle. I wonder, because we've had so many different conditions over the course of the weekend so far, some rain, cloud cover, now we're starting to see some high temperatures. I don't know that we've really seen conditions quite like this to this point of the weekend, and there's a chance that maybe a team or two just missed on the setup, not having extensive running in these types of conditions up to this point of the weekend.
That's a very good point. There was a lot of rain earlier on in the week. Actually, if you, as we were watching the early sessions, you would not believe, as we still have this battle now for 7th position. Go, and in 8th position, Tyler Chambers, as they're going at it. You would not believe the weather that we had earlier on, particularly on Saturday, getting ready for the Ford Mustang Challenge and the Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup. I thought to myself, I'm not working today. There's not a chance we are working. You did the VP Racing Challenge with Brian Till, and it started off with so much standing water on the track that we had to stop behind the safety car, and it was pretty much full dry by the end of the race. I've never seen anything like it.
It was remarkable how quickly it changed, because, I mean, the rooster tails at the start of that race were massive. There was standing water at the apexes of some of the corners, and by the end, everyone was looking for what was left of that pre-race moisture to just try and keep those wet tires cool. No pit stops, of course, the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge. So that was definitely a difficult one for teams and drivers to manage. The conditions couldn't have changed much more over the course of about 40 minutes, but no such concerns today. Blue skies overhead. The only concern is that track temperature, which continues to rise up to 108 degrees Fahrenheit now around this 2.25 mile track.
Mustang versus Porsche versus BMW coming across the line and into turn 1. The number 64 is just going to lose a position, but again, this is all early doors stuff for Ted Giovannis, as Chris Miller in the Unitronic JDC car goes through. And all that 64 car has to do is stay somewhere near the lead lap. I think he might have just dropped off the lead lap at the moment, but we've had some big movers so far, Ryan Marine.
We have, as you can see, up multiple spots. The 96, that's Finn Barletta, so down a ways still in the class, but making progress, going the right direction. Aurora Strauss similarly down at 19th in the class, but up 5 spots. The BGB team, welcome back to them. Haven't seen them since, I think it was Sebring earlier this year. This is their last planned outing of the season, which means it's their last outing with the Porsche Cayman GT4 car, new GT4 car from Porsche coming next year, and so this is kind of their so long, a team that's been long associated with Caymans, and not just at the GT4 level, just some of the cars that have made some progress here in the early going.
Ryan Marine and John Hindhoff with you, and still 5 minutes away from minimum drive time. Nice easy start to this race. Well, there's one team that won't think that, of course, Medusa Motorsports with their Aston Martin Vantage losing a front wheel early on. Also not having returned from the pits, the David Hampton driven Circle H Racing Aston Martin Vantage. Keep an eye on that. No, that is still in the pits as well. So not a day for the wings of the Aston Martin. Just had a little off as well from the 10th place Bryce Ward Winwood Racing Mercedes, and He's reported as moving again after a good qualifying from Bryce Ward. Pass down at turn 1 for our leader, Jeff Westphal. Just taking on one of the back markers there. Yeah, Bryce would have been happy with his qualifying performance, and he'd be disappointed to have just put the car off the track for a moment there, Ryan.
Yeah, it cost him at least one spot. It looks like Nicky Hayes was able to sneak through for the Random Vandals team and up inside the top 10. Bryce, though, I mean, again, his job is just to keep that car there or thereabouts and let Dan Arrow do his thing when Bryce's drive time is up, which, by the way, we're coming up on the first 40 minutes having elapsed already. Just over 3 minutes from now, I think we got to look here at what happened to Bryce. He was side by side fighting with the Mustang up at the top of the hill. That's at turn 5, and just got out wide. Did a good job to not panic, get the car right back on track, and only lost one spot in all of that.
Coming back, LA Racing with the number 13 Mustang circulating in the midfield at the moment. Actually better than that, 9th position, Nate Cicero in that car. There are a number of cars that are towards the bottom end of the top 10, maybe in the teens, Ryan, that you might expect to be in with a shout come the end of this race. And I'm going to say this again, that I don't think we're seeing full performance potential from any of these cars. We've had a best of a 126.6 from Jeff Westphal at the front of the field. A lot of people circulating in the mid to late 27s at the moment. And I just wonder, I'm not saying that anyone's playing games here, but the name of the game here is to get to the last pit stop round about an hour from the end of the race.
Right, and if you could save some fuel here in this stint, that extends the stint, that opens up your windows as you get deeper into the race as well. So no reason to show your full hand at this early stage. I think, you know, Westphal has got the fastest lap of the race as the race leader. McAleer, since getting back to second, really has just settled in right behind, not really gaining a whole lot, not losing a whole lot. The lead's been between 1 and 1.5 seconds basically this entire opening stint, and everybody else as well. If a position's there up for grabs, they'll take it, but no reason to take undue risk here. Still very early in the going.
Already quite a lot of lappery going on with cars that are either a tiny bit off the pace or they've had problems earlier on. And I know this is a short track, but I'm actually quite surprised to see that. And again, I think that speaks to the conditions. The air temperature is not too bad, 79 Fahrenheit, but that's not what it'll be in the cars. I can tell you that from bitter experience. It'll be at least, well, I think it'd be 20 Fahrenheit, at least more than that, maybe a wee bit more. The track temperature at 108 Fahrenheit is 42 Celsius. And that makes the inside of the car warm as well. Add to the fact that the humidity, although it's dropped down a wee bit from early on, humidity is 61% at the moment. You're sitting in the car in a tight-fitting seat, belted in with a 6-point harness, with 3-layer Normex, plus your fireproof underwear and a helmet. I'm telling you now, that is going to be an endurance for the drivers as much as for the cars today.
Definitely the heat of the summer here in central Ohio. 79 degrees might not sound like a lot, but got some humidity in the air, 61%. In fact, that adds to it. And then as you talk about all of the gear you have to wear for your safety, the heat soak coming off of the engines, especially the front engine cars, that comes right into the cockpit. And it will be an endurance test, especially for the teams that are now at a point where their minimum drive time is up and they might consider making an early pit stop and having their second driver go the duration from here on out. That's a long way to go if that's something that anybody elects to do in this heat. So that actually might incentivize some teams to run a little longer here in the opening stint than we might see otherwise.
get ready to see some pit stops, I think, here, Ryan. Brian Till might have a few pit lane callers, particularly from drivers slightly further down the field. I wonder if Jeff Westphal might even pit from the lead here. We are under, or over, should I say, the minimum drive time. But you know, Jeff's got a 1.3 second lead. I think you leave him out there at the moment. Stephen McMcNally, he's not closing down on him. And whilst that is the case, I think you leave Jeff out there and push him as close to the hour as you can, don't you?
Think so.
Let's head down to the pit lane.
83 is in. This is one of those teams electing for a 3-driver format right now. Tom Collingwood out, and the next 2 drivers getting in are rocket ships. Jan Halen climbing aboard right now. Spencer Pompelli will finish it out, but these 2 guys, Porsche specialists, and they can take this 83 back to the front. Just looking at John Teesey, who runs this program, he said, we're rolling the dice a little bit with this stop right now, but we think we've got a really good car and 2 really good drivers to take it to the end.
Thanks, Brian. Brian Till watching that pit lane stop then for Porsche. Still the leader has stayed out. That's a pretty decent stop there from BGB Motorsports. Not the longest pit lane here. You don't lose a huge amount of time, but the problem is, Ryan Marine, that it's a very short racetrack and those laps come round quickly.
Yeah, they do. You're right. I mean, we're talking about less than a minute and a half for the front runners in both of the classes to get around this place. And the time just to go down the pit lane here at Mid-Ohio is 23 seconds, which isn't a ton, but it's a pretty decent percentage of the overall lap time, and that's before you do the service in the stop there. So it is a bit of a gamble from BGB to make that stop here out of sequence. They didn't have the best track position to begin with, and this probably almost certainly puts them down a lap, and that could catch them out. But as Brian Till alluded to, the 2 drivers that will finish this race out are both incredibly fast, and that's all part of the strategy for the team. Get Jan Halen in the car, get Spencer Pompelli in the car, and maximize their pace.
It's the voice of Ryan Marine with me, John Hindhoff. In the early runners here, we are watching potentially some strategy play out. Here comes the BDO Tecamet AMG of Winwood Racing. Fuel, tyres, and did Bryce get out of that car? Yes, he did. Bryce Ward is out, and the rather taller form of Dutchman Dan Arrow gets in to that car. Right-hand Michelins are done, and they go to work on the left-hand side. So this is a full-service stop then for the dark blue, black, and white machine. Waiting for the car to come down. That is absolutely perfect timing. The determining factor for a pit stop in endurance should be your fuel. So in the time it took them to refill that Mercedes AMG GT4, Bryce got out, Dan got in, and the team, remember, just a couple of guns, rattle guns there, and they are 5-stud wheels. They are not centre lock wheels. All 4 wheels and Michelin tyres were changed. And literally, as the fuel churns were coming out, about 3 seconds before, the spare pit crew was ready to drop that car. That's as close to perfect as I've seen for a very, very long time, Ryan Marine.
Yeah, that was awesome, and crucially, it got them out of the pits ahead of the leaders, so I don't believe they dropped a lap. That was excellent execution and puts them in a position to benefit from a full course yellow here at this stage. Bryce's drive time is done, so they did exactly what they were hoping to do there with that opening stint. He kept them in contention, kept them in a position where they could do a green flag stop, get all the service done, and stay ahead of the leader, as I understand it. And this team has been executing at a super high level all year long. 3rd at Daytona, 2nd at Sebring, 4th at Laguna Seca, just 30 points out of the championship lead, just where you expect a team of Windward's caliber to be.
So now we have to wait for everyone else to make their strategic decisions. Westphal goes around again, and I think this is absolutely right. Do not give up track position when you've got 2 seconds on Stephen McAleer, and you've got just on 4 seconds to Trenton Estep. Seeing some of the TCRs come in. Now, this is interesting. This is very interesting. Lance Bergstein in the number 18. This is the black and red Elantra from Ryan Hurt at Autosport. He'll change over to Harry Gottsacker. This is early for a TCR stop at Ryan, but suggests to me that they might be doing something slightly different in terms of strategy, unless they maybe had a little bit of a problem and they're going to have to make some kind of advantage out of adversity.
I think this is a strategic call. This is one of the teams running a 3-driver lineup, and there's not a ton of them in TCR that are doing that. So they also have John Miller back as part of the lineup. He was with that team at Daytona.
Oh, and that's who's got
well.
in.
Right.
Excuse me. Yeah, it is John Miller who's gotten in. My apologies.
No problem. But so what I think they are wanting to do is make sure they get that 2nd driver's drive time done as well. Oh, man. There was a big moment for a different Hyundai, though. A little bit further back, that was the 76 that was off at the exit
Preston
of
Brown.
1. Right, that's a championship contender with a lot of grass in the grill there, John, on a hot day.
When he brings that in, they can bundle that up and sell that up to the local livery yard for a little bit of pony food. But that is one of the fastest grass cutters I've ever seen. Sounds great as well. But, I'm sure Preston will agree with me on that. He has headed into pit lane, whether by design or, as I said, by necessity. On a day like this, with that much grass cutting in the front of the car, that will spike the temperatures. They'll go to work with the normal service first. Nice little swipe of the left hand by one of the mechanics working on the front wheels. They're the ones that are done first, and a brand new set of sticker Michelin slick tyres going on that car. There's a driver change going on, the fuel's going in as well. More of the grass taken out. Is it front tyres only? It is front tyres only. So now they're waiting for the fuel. See, I reckon they could have done rears as well if they'd wanted to on that. They clearly don't want to. The car was down before the fuel hose came out. The grass is being collected in the pit lane, and the car is back out, and it is under the driving talent. Oh, well, Preston Brown is listed as staying in that car. I have to say, I thought I saw him get out. Still no leader into the pit lane, and we have completed 32 laps, or if you prefer, how many minutes? 50 minutes. 50 minutes. I think he's probably got another 5 minutes before he needs to come in terms of Jeff Westphal leading the race.
At minimum, we did have a couple yellow laps, so I think we could see him go to the hour if they wanted to, and we'll see what they elect to do. I mean, we know that for some, they feel like strategically a window is open, but the more traditional strategy of running the full fuel load down, it gets you right around the hour mark, maybe a little bit beyond, and then you could make it a pretty easy 3-stop race from there. That's what I think they would try to do, all things being equal, and just use the natural pace in this car, which has allowed Jeff to open up the lead a little bit. Not much. McAleer's doing well to keep him honest, but it has grown from about 1 second to 1.8 seconds, and it does seem like Jeff just has that car right in its sweet spot Interesting that they elected to have him qualify the car, John. Typically, we see Sean McAllister qualify, but I think because this is a two-driver lineup in a longer race, they'll have Jeff start and finish with McAllister right in the middle.
The Pegasus Mobile One 91 Porsche off at the carousel, and it looks like that was all on their lonesome. Car is recovered, great livery, and we will have the Pegasus livery at Le Mans next weekend as well. Don't forget, IMSA takes a little break, but many of the voices you know and love from IMSA Radio and IMSA TV will be down at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Johnny Palmer, excuse me, and Paul Trustwell will be calling the test day today. And our coverage over on RS1, one of the sister channels of IMSA Radio. Well, it's kind of already started, so there's Le Mans content over there once we've finished this weekend. By all means, go across. There's replays of today's testing action. We've got features, we've got previews, and some interviews from the scrutineering on Friday and Saturday as well, all culminating in, of course, the only live free global coverage. And you can get it in the States, no blocks, no breaks, no subscriptions on RS1, and for those of you in the States, Sirius XM next weekend as well. We'll have all of the building and the whole race live. It's on RS1, sister channel to RS2, IMSA Radio. We're right in the middle of the pit stops now, and random vandals into the pit stop bay, taking a BMW pit stop there. And looks like one of the Turner BMWs in the pit lane as well. That is Vin Barletta, of course, isn't it, in that car. So still no movement at the front. At this point, it's almost like a game of chicken. Jeff Westphal's being closed down a little bit right by Stephen McAleer. It's just under a second now. It's taken round about 5 or 6 tenths in the last couple of laps out of the leader. So when do they jump, and where is it going to put them out? I hear you ask, who is the leader of the cars who have stopped? And I think that's Winward, really, and Dan Arrow. And he sits at the moment, when he got out just before the leaders came around. What is he? He's still on the lead lap, so this is going to be interesting as Turner Motorsport 95 comes in, and these are the more at the shot. And Dylan McAvern then in from 6th.
This is the first, I guess, if you don't count the Winward car, which was just around the fringes of the top 10 when they made their pit stop, then this would be the first of the real front runners to come in. The closer you can get to the hour mark, the easier it is to make this a pretty simple strategy, pitting around the hour mark each time to get you to do 4 hours. And they feel like they must be in their window to go ahead and make this pit stop here. You wouldn't do it if you thought it was going to add another stop. Pretty clean pit work, as you'd expect from Turner, just waiting on the fuel, which, as you said, John, that's always a good sign in these races. So out of the pit lane then comes the 95. McAvern took the car in. Luca Mars, the co-driver. Meanwhile, we've got a pit stop in, and let's go down to Brian Till.
3017 car was in just a moment ago too. They took left side tires only. It looks like that's what's happening here with the 39 as McAllister getting belted in. Crew waiting for the fuel. Tires are on, left sides only. Getting that driver change done. They've got time. Fuel's still going in, and that takes a lot longer than the driver change does. And left side tires once again only.
Okay, interesting strategic choice there. Most of the turns are right-handed turns, so it's the left side tires that take the bulk of the pounding here. It seems like they would have had plenty of time to do a 4-tire change, but maybe this is down to the limitations in terms of sets available, and you're forced to make some choices in these longer races. But good job by the Carbon team. And I really am interested in this strategy, having Westphal qualify and start the car. McAllister, you don't give up much pace when he climbs aboard, so that middle stint, they should be able to maintain the pace. Did they drop a spot, though, to the McAleer car they might have in the pit lane? That's interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But then it keeps Westphal fresh. He'll have a nice break and get back in for the final run to the checkered flag. And this was a change in the pit lane. Let's see if we can learn how this happened. What did the Autotechnic crew do? Not entirely sure, but they were done with their pit stop sooner. Maybe they short-filled, maybe it was just a cleaner stop, but in any event, a lead that was down to about a second prior to the pit stop window has changed hands in the pits. So of those leaders that have pitted now, it's effectively Crines, Austin Crines in the Autotechnic BMW that leads of those that have come to the pit lane, which has gotten busy. Trenton Estep is in, Uretsky is in, that should be his day done. Then it's Nate Cicero from McCumbee McAleer Racing also in the pits, and there's the pit stop comparison. That's the tail of the tape right there. 5 seconds quicker for Autotechnic, and that was enough for them to jump to the lead. Wow, well, great job by that team. Puts them in control of the race, and now Austin Crines finds himself effectively as the race leader when everything cycles through, just waiting on a few that are stretching this fuel a little bit further. Meanwhile, waiting for the front runners in TCR to come to the pits. Not abnormal for them to go a bit longer than their GS counterparts. Here's the TGM team with one of their Mustangs stationary in the pits. This is Paul Holton. Looking to jumpstart their season. It's not been the 2026 that they anticipated, I think it's safe to say. And Paul Holton sharing that car. Big bird out there as it leaves its pit box. And now we do have some front runners in TCR into the pit lane as well. Bryson Morris, who started on the outside of the front row, dropped back a little bit during his opening stint. Driver change and tire change complete. Just waiting on the fuel there for the BHA team. Always a good sign, as we've talked about. If you're waiting on that fuel to go in, that should be the limiting factor based on the way the rules are written. BHA releases the car. Now we'll see if there was a driver change or not. Bryson and Mason Filippi, the championship leaders coming into this weekend. Winners last time out at Laguna Seca, and they've yet to be off the podium through 3 races here to start 2026. And that familiar Hyundai Hope on Wheels livery on the car, doing so much to raise money for a great program, great charity. Hyundai Hope on Wheels. You can find out more about it online. Now just try to work some pace into that car, build the heat up in the tires, get them ready to go. Fresh out of the pit box. Still waiting on one car really in GS. Meanwhile, a spin just a second ago, I think, or was that a replay? We saw a Porsche around. But John, the front runners by and large in GS have made their stops, just waiting for Matty Stewart and CSM, and then pretty soon we'll start to see more of the leaders in TCR peeling off and into the pit lane.
So is that Austin Crines' position for Autotechnic? Is that a genuine position there after the pit stop? They've done a cracking job then, haven't they?
They did, so it was about a 4 or 5 second faster pit stop we saw for Autotechnic vis-a-vis Carbon, and that made all the difference. Ackley had closed down that gap, you'll recall, down from about 2 seconds to 1, and then the quick pit work was enough for them to jump the fellow BMW team in the pit lane.
Early contender for a Michelin moment of the race, maybe. Because that is the sort of thing, the longer we stay green, the more important these early calls are. You might think it's all down to when you get the last pit stop call right, but my goodness me, that's a huge advantage that they have gained. 5 seconds around here on a 1:28-second lap. That's a lot of hard driving. A little bit of a fumble on the front wheel change of Victor Gonzalez Racing. With TCR number 99 in, Tyler Gonzalez, no relation, brought that car in. Franco Girolami, TCR driver of some repute, is the teammate there. They've lost no time with that little fumble on the front wheel because the fuel was still going in, and that is the beauty of fuel being the determinant factor. We'll rejoin the pits now in that dark grey. Very popular colour, that, with Cupra owners over in Europe. In fact, Nick Damon's wife, Rachel, has a Cupra that is pretty much that colour. One of the 4 Mentors, which is their mid-size SUV. So Austin Kreitz then now should I say, scored as the lead as Matty Stewart comes in from what was the lead, CSM. So they're going really long. And this is perhaps going to give them an advantage later on. Let's head down to KMW. Here's Brian Till.
Just a drink bottle change there. Tyler Gonzalez did get out in the 99. They went with front Michelin tires. They're going to do the same thing here with the 5. And right now, I'm sitting here looking at this 19-year-old behind the wheel, and he is cool as a cucumber in there. Nothing looks hurried. He is just sitting, waiting for that fuel to go, and he'll get back on track. Interesting to note, on the 99, when they left, there is a horizontal, I'll call it stay or brace, between the uprights on the rear wing. It is broken. It is unattached on the left side. I don't know if it's going to make that wing unstable, but keep an eye on the 99.
Brian Till. That's the car that was leading. Drops back in. Oh, now this is interesting as well, because this TCR battle, which had Rocco Pasquarella leading for KMW. Now let's see how it shakes out when they come round next time around, Ryan. It seems to be that staying out longer is not necessarily your friend here today. And whether that's the hotter weather or what it's doing to the fuel fill times, obviously if you go in earlier, there's not as much room left in the tank. But let's see how that works out. And penalty, tyre without crew. And that is something that's IMSA are very, very hot on. It's gone to LP Monto and the Honda Civic. It's going to bring them back through pit lane. TCR battle then has the number 55, Eduardo Go racing with Stallion, leading. But that car, Ryan, yet to make its pit stop. The real battle is KMW and the cars behind it.
Right, and I do think that VGRT got the jump there. I believe it's going to be the Cooper that will cycle through with the lead. In fact, I think I see it up at the top of the shot. It should come across the line now with Girolami behind the wheel. So that bumps the number 5 car that had been leading down into second place and into the clutches here of Bryson Morris. That white Hyundai just behind, that is for position, second and third. But what a jump VGRT got in the pit lane. Not just to the lead, but a big lead at that.
I love to watch the pit stop strategy play out. That was a really good stop by the team. Girolami, as soon as the car was on the ground, he was spinning the front Michelins and he was gone. And if that's what has done it, then there you go. All of that hard work that you do on the track can be either augmented or completely negated by either bad strategy call or bad work in the pit lane. It's a team sport. At the front of the field, Austin Kreitz leads for WeatherTech. That we know. And the gap is 2.8 seconds. And Dan Arrow for Windward Racing. We thought that was a good stop. It was a great stop. Bryce Ward came in from 11th position. Dan Arrow takes up the battle in 2nd position. And he's 4.6 seconds ahead of Sean McAllister, which was the leading car at the start of that pit stop cycle. Now, what we don't know is how much fuel went into either Austin Krantz's BMW or the Mercedes-AMG GT4 of Dan Arrow, but this is not a dash to the checkered flag now. We've still got just under 3 hours to go. And I think those two teams at the front, Ryan, have chosen track position. Now I look back at that Windward Racing team, I think they pulled the fuel as soon as the tyres were done to give Dan the opportunity to make up some positions.
I think that was part of it, and remember, they also pitted earlier than just about anybody else, so they were only 40 minutes into the race instead of 55 minutes to an hour.
Good
so
point.
as you said earlier, you know, they hadn't run as long, so there was less room in the tank, even if they were doing a full fill. And I think that's part of why that undercut helped them get so much track position. It was a shorter stop, whether or not they short filled or if it was just a matter of the tank not taking anymore and the fill being done, and that made the stop short, I'm not sure. The one I'm curious about, though, we talked about it being a 4 or 5 second quicker stop for Autotechnic. I would love to know if they short filled to get that track position, knowing they were pitting at basically the same time as the leader with about a second separation on track between the two. That would be pretty nifty strategy to help them grab track position and effectively the lead of this race. But at the moment, we're left to kind of guess.
Dean Baker has brought the Baker Racing Audi number 56 in the A to Z automobiles car. This is not going well. They are attending to something on the left front of that car as out comes LP Monto. Lost time earlier on with that drive-through penalty. So that was his first scheduled pit stop there for MMG. LP stays behind the wheel there. Dan Arrow is approximately 7 laps further into his stint than anyone else, so that is the offset. He has done, as they last went across the line, Dan has done 16 laps. Actually it's 8 laps. Austin Kreitz has done 8 laps. Sean McAllister's done 8 laps. Jeremy Fletcher now in the McCumbee-McAleer. No, sorry. That's a Mazda MX-5. What's that doing in that race? I have some spurious information on my strategy screen. Jeremy Fletcher doing really well for McCumbee-McAleer Racing in the 23 Mazda, running in 4th at the moment. No, he isn't. Steve Wetterow in the car park with Berrigan Racing. That's tickled me, that. He has got 11 laps into this stint. So everybody else, there's 1 or 2 outliers, but most people came in 7 or 8 laps ago. The real outlier, Dan Arrow, as you rightly identified there, Ryan, coming in much earlier. Now, Steve Wetterow has just been on the wrong side of a bit of argy-bargy. Oh, he just ran up in behind the Supra with which he was in close contact of Jeremy Fletcher. It is Jeremy Fletcher, but he's not in the Mazda MX-5. He's in the Kosh Copeland car, and it just looked like he got a bit of aero push. So Sam Baker, well, that was his first pit stop. It looked like a slow pit stop. still in the pit lane though. But he had taken the lead of TCR by dint of not coming in. So let's see when he gets out there. It looked like they didn't. It looks like it wasn't a full speed pit stop, if that makes any sense on that TCR car.
John, I think
Listening
that we
to
saw.
Sorry, go ahead, Ryan.
I think the car we saw first was Dean Baker. That's the sister car, and then Sam
It
just
was.
pitted. So very similar liveries, and both Bakers doing the driving to further add to the confusion there. But I think it was Dean's stop that didn't look like it was happening with any particular pace. I think Sam and the 52 car, from what I can tell, they just were able to run long and elected to do so there on this first stint.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm a bear of small brain and easily come confused, to be honest. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, by the way, that comes straight through to the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Enjoying this fabulous weather. Air temperature, 79 Fahrenheit, 109 Fahrenheit on the track. It's 26 in the air and 43 track temperature, and we're going to have a penalty for who's just stopped. The 56 apparently. So that is the Dean Baker car that is in fact still in the pit lane. So even when they get going again, they are going to have a drive-through because they've abandoned the tyre. I think they've abandoned the whole car. I couldn't see that much work going on it, Ryan, to be brutally honest.
No, I agree. They were out on track moments ago, came back in. That penalty was just issued. Now they're shown as on an outlap once again. And we'll have to serve that penalty. And exactly what the problem is for the car, I'm not entirely sure, but this takes them out of contention for any kind of good result. Meanwhile, Dan Arrow has reeled in Austin Crines for the lead of the race. Austin stuck in some lap traffic, John.
First position comes together, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. BMW M4 and the Mercedes of Winwood. Dan Arrow right in there, and it's the Aston Martin that's holding up the battle for the lead. Now can Dan Arrow swing through on the inside? Oh, the Aston goes into the dirt, and for a moment there was danger there. That could have been very nasty indeed. Dan Arrow, though, with target acquired, coming to the end of the lap. The BMW ahead of him is the leader, the white and black car of Autotechnic Racing. There's more traffic ahead. It's the leader who always gets to the traffic first and has to wake up what's going on. Half a second at the line. Just over. Dan Arrow is a driver who I've spoken to a few times, has gradually built up his experience in the GT3 and GT4 ranks. The car started by Bryce Ward, father of Russell Ward, and Russell, of course, the driving force, and his dad to start with, although Bryce has stepped away a bit to concentrate on the family firm, a substantive family firm, and Russell running Winwood Racing. And if you think you've heard a bit about Winwood Racing, you'd be absolutely right. Expanded into Europe 3 or 4 seasons ago. Christian Hohenadel, who'd been driving with the Wards, helping to run that satellite operation. Selected by AMG Mercedes to run their DTM program with the GT3 cars. What a vote of confidence that is. And then on top of that, being asked by AMG to be the de facto factory team at the ADAC Nürburgring 24 Hours on the Nordschleife back in May. Not only did they do that, they had 2 very fast cars. one that they were running for Verstappen Racing. And yes, that was that Max Verstappen that was driving it, along with Danny Hunkerdaya, among others. Very strong squads that AMG put together for Winward into that race. Unfortunately, the Verstappen car had a drive shaft issue, but the good news was that they were running 1 and 2 at the time, and frankly had dominated that extremely difficult Nürburgring race, and the second car was able to bring the victory home. So Winward absolutely at the top of their game. They are good at spotting talent, and this young man, Dan Arrow from the Netherlands, another one on the conveyor belt of winning ways, conveyor belt of success. Now here's a chance again for Dan Arrow, the leader, caught up behind the Core Motorsport Mustang, goes underneath into turn 1, does not get it done. Here's the chance for Dan Arrow. He'll swing through turn 1. He's going to get a much better run because the leader had to lift off, immediately slips to the right, then to the left. Leader can't move to the left again now. In reaction, Arrow releases the brakes up the hill, allowing the gradient to help him go through, and the lead changes. The BDO Tecumseh car goes to the front in the hands of Dan Arrow, and that was traffic affected, Ryan, and started as the leader, erstwhile leader now in the BMW, Austin Kreitz, was coming up to his braking area of turn 1, couldn't get the pass made on the back marker, and that has cost him the lead.
Dan read that exceedingly well and was there to capitalize, saw the door open, and then was so decisive with that move to the inside, up and into the keyhole, got that lead away from Kreitz there. And you're right, Arrow is one of these up-and-coming talents that Winward has done well to spot. He's a former GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup champion in the silver class just a couple of years ago. Finished second in class at the 24 Hours of Spa a year ago as well, and seems to have really found a home with this team. Really excited to see what his future might be with the team. But remember, they're on a different sequence to the BMW. If you're Austin Kreitz here, there's no reason to panic because they pitted 11 minutes apart from one another. This Mercedes, I think that, I mean, it's not as straightforward for them to go the distance on the same number on 2 more stops as it is for those that were able to extend that opening stint. They need a little yellow to fall their way or quite a bit of fuel save. So all is not lost here for Austin Kreitz at Auto Technica. If he can just stick with that Mercedes, they'll still be in a pretty good position, as I see it at least, as the strategy shakes out.
Well, the first run on the fuel for Stephen McAleer, as it was before Austin Kreitz got in, was 35 laps, of which 3 were of yellow right at the start. In time-wise, that was just over 53 minutes. So I don't think anybody can do this race in the GS category on just 2 more stops, because I don't think anybody got to the hour at the start of the race. They were all just a little bit short. We'll see, because, and I realise I may be invoking the Johnny Palmer curse, which he says he doesn't believe, but if we continue green for another roundabout, well, let's see, how long has this been so far? 35 minutes for Dan Arrow at the moment. Let's see how far he goes, and let's see how far everyone else goes and what happens in the meantime. We're not ignoring TCR. There's just been a little flurry of activity at the front of GS. So again, sharp pit work. Victor Gonzalez Racing, Cooper Leon, the number 99, the grey car, with Franco Girolami behind the wheel, jumped the KMW Motorsports Honda Civic, which has the fastest lap of the TCR race, by the way, on a 1:27.5, and there's 3.6 seconds between them now, and Franco Girolami is exactly what we were talking about earlier on, Ryan. He's having to deal now with some of the, I'm not going to say slower, but certainly less quick GS cars that are holding him up when he gets to the twisty bits, and that's costing him lap time. It's not a problem on the straights, but from turn 4 all the way to the carousel, he loses lap time if he's behind even one of the quicker GS cars.
As he is right now. But yeah, certain parts of the track, the TCR cars are arguably quicker than the GS cars, notably the really tight sections here in the final third of a lap, and that could cost him some lap time. But I've been watching his laps relative to Rocco Pasquarella, who's in second, or Bryson Morris. They're all running pretty close to the same times. That lap, though, you were right, because of the traffic, Girolami did give up about a second to Pasquarella, but traffic gives and traffic takes, as we've talked about several times. One thing I'd like to call attention to is, don't look now, but the sister car to the leading car is creeping up into the conversation. Caleb Bacon, who is making his season debut with VGRT, filling in for Dr. William Talley alongside Stephen Clemens, has done well in his stint. Stephen did well too, and they find themselves in the other Cupra from VGRT up in 4th place. Now, they're 20 seconds out of the lead, but that's a nice little charge up through the field for that bunch.
Yeah, very good point that you make there. We've seen how good Caleb can be, and let's keep an eye on that lap time then. A best of 1:27.9 for that car, 1:28.5 last time around. Absolutely in the conversation in terms of that TCR category. We've still got 2 hours and 37.5 minutes to go. 2:37, 32, 31, 30 if you are syncing us up anywhere else. And I'm keeping an eye also on Girolami. He is a very experienced TCR driver, World Touring Car driver. We've seen him in shorter races all over the world, and he knows this category of car very, very well. Now, at the moment, our keen-eyed producer Aaron up in Concord thinks he might have noticed a potential problem from Girolami, and that is the fact that the bonnet, the leading edge of the hood, is starting to lift at high speed. Now, is that because something's hit it? Oh, there's definitely air getting under it, going up into the bumpier areas under braking. So there's air getting under that hood. I don't think it's unfastened, Ryan Marie, but certainly that's something that people will want to be keeping an eye on.
Cause for concern in a situation in which you really don't want any. I mean, they've got this race not in hand, but pretty solidly under control right now, leading by about 2 seconds. And the last thing that you want is to have some element of doubt, some added jeopardy enter into the mix. And that loose hood is something that the team will want to keep an eye on. Race control will as well. Pasquarella's got his head down. He's been charging, making up some time the last few laps. Gave up a little bit of time, though, in traffic here this time by. So the lead at about 2.5 seconds, first to second. And to your point about Girolami, he is outstanding. Champion in TCR Europe in 2024, Italian Touring Car Champion in 2023, TCR Europe Champion again in 2022. Tons of wins, tons of podiums, running at the front in TCR style races. The thing that's been the challenge for him this year is learning the IMSA style of racing, the rules, the rhythm of these races. That's something that he's had to adapt to at times, but the speed has never been in question.
I think you make a couple of really good points there. And people say, well, you know, you're a race driver, just go and race. But it's the little nuances about safety car procedures, pit stop procedures, slow zones if you're going to Le Mans. We as commentators have to remember the differences between series. It's not great if we get the series mixed up, but it's not going to cost us a race victory. we can say, oh no, sorry, I'm thinking of the wrong series there. Of course, the pits are closed immediately when the safety car comes out in this series or that series. Or if we've got a full course yellow, the pits stay up for 2 laps and then they close. And if you get that wrong, you can go back and correct it. If you get it wrong when you're driving so many different series, it can literally cost you a motor race if you pit at the wrong time, if you do the wrong things, if you're not allowed the wave by. And we've seen this happen before, haven't we?
Oh, definitely. It's one of the challenges with so many of these drivers that, yeah, the platforms, GT4 and TCR, they're global platforms, but you have to adapt to the rule set across the board. Man, I'm watching that hood flap in the wind, and it's certainly not getting any better, is it, John? I wonder if that's something that at the next pit stop, and we're still a ways away from doing that on schedule at least, but I wonder if that's something that maybe some 100-mile-an-hour tape might solve the problem if the VGR team can gather that up and just try and strap that hood down with some tape to make sure it doesn't cause any problems the rest of the race.
My question on that, Ryan, is what's caused it? Because we didn't notice it earlier on. I don't see any damage on the front of Girolami's Cupra. I mean, it's pristine at the front. There's barely even any rubber marks or anything like that. It's not like it's been hit by a ball of rubber or something being thrown up from the car. There's no obvious touch damage or push damage on that car. The radiator's right underneath, surrounded by the red piping around that. I can even see the IMSA decal right in the middle of the front of the car. That looks pristine as well. So what's happened to change the airflow underneath through the front end of that Cupra that it is straining on its catches? I don't think it would. Is it just that? Is it just the right that it's the right front that seems to be worse? The right front edge of it seems to be worse. There are vents to take air in and to vent air out from under the bonnet. Little puff of smoke as well on downshift. Now and on upshift there was a bit of dirt from the side of the grass as well, thrown up by the Michelin tyres. And the back wing shaking around as well as it clobbers a curb. But I can't understand why that suddenly happened. Meantime, let's go from the front of TCR to the front of the field overall. Dan Arrow was leading when last we looked, and looking to see where Austin Kreitz is. Yes, he's still behind, and there's one car cover for, in surveillance terms, one car cover, that car being the 83 Porsche that had its problems earlier on. Between first and second then a single car, and this is costing Austin Kreitz time. But remember, as Ryan rightly keeps mentioning, that lead car now is on a different fuel and tyre strategy. 30 laps completed by Winward Racing. Probably for Dan, another 2 or 3 laps before he has to pit. To get somewhere near an hour of running, he'd have to go 10 more minutes. Is he going to get to close to that? Not very certain about that. So the battle for second place has now hotted up as well, Ryan, because Austin Kreitz has got Sean McAllister, who was the leader, or at least that car was the leader. The number 39 was right at the sharp end of the field. And it's the two BMWs battling together now for second place, and they are on the same pit stop strategy.
Right, and they're behind Jan Halen in this Porsche. This is the BGB car that Tom Collingwood started. They're actually on the same strategy as Winward and Dan Arrow, but Collingwood was quite a ways down the order. And really the Caymans just in general this weekend haven't had a ton of pace across the board. I think the best qualifying Cayman was something like 13th. So Jan Halen a lap down, not something you say very often covering IMSA races, whether it's Pilot Challenge or WeatherTech, but that's where he finds himself, and not keen to get passed by the second place car, it would appear. That's very much to Dan Arrow's benefit. Dan's been able to extend the advantage. Now, about 2.5 laps ago, timing and scoring actually showed Crines ahead of Arrow at the start-finish line by about 8/100ths of a second.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was wondering if that was a misread or if that was true. And my suspicion is that traffic bunched them up and they were momentarily side by side, but as it sorted itself out, Dan Arrow has gotten back to the lead, worked his way through the traffic, and Crines and McAllister now are bunched up behind this Cayman.
Well, when I started that sentence about back to the leaders, as Jan Halen dives into the pit lane, so when I started the sentence about the leaders, I actually glanced up. I was watching the images of Dan Arrow, and I glanced at the screen and saw Austin Crines' name at the top of the timing and scoring. So I immediately was looking ahead of Dan for the BMW rather than behind. But as you say, yeah, absolutely. That led me to refresh the screen here to see if I could believe what I was actually seeing as the cars were going past on the track. Well, you said that Porsche was on the same pit strategy of the 40-minute stop after the start of the race, or thereabouts, as our leader. So Jan Halen has come in. So now we kind of need to know that. Bryce Ward is down in the pit lane with Brian Till. Let's take a PTO. Pit lane report. Brian's just lining that one up at the moment. My apologies. So I'm trying to listen to about 3 different things at once. I'm still trying to work out how long it was then for that Porsche. I think that Porsche was 32 laps, and that is exactly where the leading car is at the moment. I'm not sure Bryce will want to talk to Brian right at the moment, because I think the car's due in, well, I was going to say this time around, but they've gone through. That's their 33rd lap out of the pit lane. And Dan Arrow still leading. I've got a feeling, well, in fact, we can now go down to the pit lane. Brian is with Winward.
Ward is difficult to do because he is fast, and you guys have gotten faster and faster over the years. Some people are passionate about golf. You're passionate about motorsport, and it really seems to, pardon the pun, drive you. What is it that just keeps you going as strong as you are?
You know, honestly, it's the whole team, the whole camaraderie between everybody. NBC Sports, thanks so much to you guys covering the sport, making it such a great, such a great spectacle for everybody at home. But the team, driving with your son, driving with the team overseas, it's just incredible. I just have so much passion for it. It brings me to tears every time I talk about it.
Well, and the championship going well so far this season, 2 podiums. Everything's been in the top 5. A great run here, leading right now, but it's not just nationally, it's internationally where this team has found success. Recently, the win at the Nürburgring. How special was that for you? And there was some other guy driving another car that you had, Max somebody. How special was that?
Yeah, I mean, Max is such a great guy. I mean, I spent a bit of time with him. I'm so lucky to be part of that team and just be able to interact with, probably the best driver on the planet. It's just been fantastic. And we also have some great drivers in our team, and it was super to see them interacting with Max. It was just an awesome spectacle.
Obviously, Max Verstappen is who we're talking about, but the success that you have overseas, how does it translate over here to the U.S. as well? It seems like they just feed on each other.
Yeah, we typically have a call between Europe and ourselves at least once a week, on a technical side, and so anything they find that works on their car, they give it to us, and anything we find that works here, we give it to them. And so it's absolutely it's a wonderful teamwork between Europe and the USA. Has been fantastic.
I know we still have a long way to go in this season. Cars running so well, you guys are doing so well in the championship. If we got to the end of the season and they handed you the big trophy, what would that mean to you?
Oh, gosh. I mean, I've threatened to retire a couple of times, but it's probably going to keep me on a little bit longer. It'd be incredible. But it's really, really super. And thanks to NBC Sports for everything you guys do for us. Really, really appreciate it.
Congratulations on the success you've had so far. I know there's more to come.
Good to hear from Bryce Ward. Thanks to our NBC colleagues and Brian Till for letting us eavesdrop on their pit lane reports from the BDO pit lane here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. Just under 2.5 hours to go, and it's still Bryce Ward's car that leads. Dan Arrow behind the wheel just had to get back around the BGB Porsche. It's now Spencer Pumpelly driving that car, having just made that pit stop. on Halen out, Pumpelly in. Arrow now 51.5 minutes into this stint. So we've been trying to figure out what the pit windows look like. And John noted that the GS class cars by and large pitted short of an hour on the opening stint. And the question that I have is that because they couldn't go further, or is it because they didn't want to go further for strategic purposes? Suppose we'll find out here before too much longer. GS points as they stand. It was a 30-point deficit coming in, but running in the lead right now, Dan Arrow and Bryce Ward would take a 40-point advantage over the Turner duo of McIvern and Mars. McAleer and Crines, they're still very much in the conversation too. And we really haven't called the names Cicero or Noaker much to this point. It's been a bit of a struggle this weekend. We mentioned earlier the Caymans really haven't shown a lot of pace. I think the same could be said for the Mustangs by and large, but that Mustang is the McCumbee-McAleer entry down in 10th right now. Still a long way to go, and quite a few different ways that this can break. But John, 52 minutes, nearly 53 minutes into this stint for Dan Arrow. I suspect this is when we're going to learn, all of this under green by the way, I suspect this is when we're going to learn just how far a GT4 Mercedes can go at IMSA trim on a tank of fuel.
Almost got an absolute free kick a moment or two ago. Eduardo Go had a problem early in the lap and was going very slowly all the way from the bottom of the hill at turn 4 right through to the top of Thunder Valley. He's made it back into the pit lane in that number 55 TCR car, but what a gift that could have been. They are in the window now to pit, and Dan Arrow having to fight his way through traffic again for Winward Racing. The gap is 1.6 seconds, and he, generally speaking, he's either getting the better of the traffic or making the better of the traffic, because Austin Kreitz and Sean McAllister, I think Sean McAllister's got ahead of Austin Kreitz there in the background, and Dan Arrow stays out for another lap. But they are all coming through, a bunch of battling Porsches. There's the Supra in there as well. It's the number 53 car. And Dan Arrow has sailed through that somewhat majestically, Ryan. Amazing traffic management.
That's really been the key, hasn't it? I mean, that's how he got to the lead at one point. He read the traffic perfectly, and now it's allowed him to extend that advantage. And that's a real skill and an art form, multi-class racing, both for the top class and the bottom class too. How much, or let's put it this way, how little time do you lose in those interclass moments where they come together and have to share the track momentarily, right? If you can minimize the time loss, it's never going to be ideal, but if you can minimize the time loss, that really pays dividends over the course, especially of one of these long distance races. The longer it stays green, each little chunk of time you gain in traffic, it just adds up, and we're starting to see that as his lead now continues to grow over McAllister, who you rightly say is through on Austin Kreitz up into second place now.
Thought I caught a glimpse of the livery, the bright green of the green and grey livery, in fairness. Just had race control. I think I heard a drive-through being called for blocking. Yes, I did. And it's John Miller in the Brian Herter number 18 car who will have to come to pit lane and not get service. Now here's interesting. Kreitz and Car Barn, the Autotechnic car, the BMW, and the Car Barn, the Steve Wetterau car, are both in the pit lane. Brian is down at Autotechnic.
Climbing back aboard this BMW so quick throughout the weekend. And one of the things that Steve Dinan had said about the BMW platform in general is it's just so well suited to this racetrack. You guys were talking about that earlier. Calvin always says horses for courses, right? And the BMW and Mid-Ohio seem to like each other, especially this iteration of it right now. Stephen McAleer going to see what he can do. 4 new Michelin tires, the full load of VP Racing fuels, and McAleer will be back on the racetrack. Still have a long way to go, and the day is heating up. Tire deck could be a problem by the time we get to the end of this.
That's a mega point that Brian Till's just made right there. And I actually wonder, now we're seeing the kind of fuel mileage that Dan Arrow is getting out of that Winward Racing car. I wonder if some of the stops at the front of the field, which were 53, 54 minutes, and he's done that now. I wonder, in fact, he's done almost an hour now. I wonder if those early stops were people looking at tyres on the GS car and trying to work out what the degradation is like. The track temperature's gone up. It's 111 Fahrenheit, 44 Celsius now. Dan Arrow is just peeling the laps off. He's gone further now than anybody else did in their first stint. He is up to an amazing, what's that, 38 laps? No, 33 laps, sorry. So he's not quite, but that's all green. That is all green, and he started 56 minutes ago, 57 minutes ago. So, again, Brian on the money down there with that BDO pit lane report. Were those early stops, if not tyre dependent rather than fuel dependent, Ryan, were there of a little bit of data gathering from that first set of tyres, do we think?
I suspect that has a part to play in it, yeah, John, to go ahead and take a look at it. I was wondering if it was a case more of not that they couldn't go further, but they didn't want to go further, and that could have been for tire data purposes, like you say, and it also could have been for strategic purposes as well. But it does look like Dan Arrow has pushed it as far as they feel comfortable going, and that Mercedes is in the pits.
Championship means they are well down pit lane. 4 Michelin tires and fuel going on this Mercedes AMG. Dan Arrow staying in the car. Obviously, it is going to be a long afternoon for him for sure as the temperature comes up. Not a mark on that car that I could see right now. And this team, this Mercedes, so strong, especially here at Mid-Ohio this weekend.
Well, Ryan, there's the answer.
Yep, Brian on the spot there, getting the information from the team. Interesting, 2 hours, 16 minutes to go, approaching the halfway mark. And I mean, we're still over a normal Pilot Challenge race to go, 15 minutes over that here. And we know how much can play out in one of those typical 2-hour races. And I suspect we've not even reached the halfway point in our book as far as, you know, the story of this race. So much yet to unfold here this afternoon in Mid-Ohio.
So, leader in and out the pits. Now this is crucial. At the keyhole, he, being Dan Arrow, has come out right ahead of the car that he was battling with for the overall lead a little while ago. But this, of course, is on 2 different strategies. And the situation is that Dan Arrows has had to let that BMW go through. So Sean McAllister and Jeremy Fletcher lead from Moise Uretsky for McLaren, and Brian Till is watching the Turner Motorsport number 95.
The 95, Luca Mars has climbed in, getting his belts on. And again, Calvin, you mentioned it earlier, it takes a while to get a full load of fuel, so he's got plenty of time to get his belt sorted. They'll pull the jack, drop the car. That helps that last bit of fuel flow just a little bit quicker. Take an opportunity to clean the grill, and then they'll get this BMW back on track.
As usual, they are very efficient in what they do down at Turner Motorsport. Made themselves fan favourites down through the years. The colour scheme coming from an old British touring car championship machine. Remember back, those of you with the long memories for Super Touring, those incredibly complex and expensive machines, as Sean McAllister now pits for Car Barn with Peregrine. This is interesting because we are levelling up these pit stops. They've not gone nearly as far into the race as I thought they would be. The Turner Motorsport, by the way, was the Renault Lagunas, likes of Jason Plato and Alan Menu drove, if you remember, in period. I am now not confused, but highly intrigued, Ryan Marine, about these pit stop strategies, because it would seem to me that it's much closer where everybody stopped than I'd expected with that offset, particularly for Dan Arrow. Dan Arrow did 40 laps, 40 laps. Everybody else coming in at 35, 33, 34, 33, 34. That's an incredible fuel mileage run from the Dutchman and from the AMG GT4.
It is. I would say confusion and intrigue aren't mutually exclusive, and I might have a little bit of both at the moment. I am trying to figure out how to square this circle here and to get these cars home the rest of the way. At the moment, I think everybody would like to see one more yellow to eliminate some of the fuel concerns, and maybe if it's a long enough yellow, make it possible to do it on one stop. But that would be a pretty lengthy yellow, at least in the GS class. I think in TCR it's a little more straightforward at this stage, and they're going to try and stretch this here as close to the hour mark as they can and make it a one-stop, well, 2 stops from here and then 1 stop after this next stop race to the finish in TCR. That's harder to do, though, in these GS cars, and that's by design.
Yes, I have a furrowed brow on this one. There's something that we need to, as I say, we need to square this circle just a little bit. We have just seen Robbie Foley coming slowly in around the far side of the circuit, and he's just made it into the pit lane. Moise Uretsky, by the way, leads for Ibiza Farm Motorsport in the McLaren Artura. Hannah Greenmeyer for Harter Racing Aston Martin is 15, call it 16 seconds further back. Let's see if we can find out what happens here. Let's go to Brian and find out why this Liqui Moly car is slow.
Ready to accept this car, so something has gone wrong. The crew just now getting to the wall, but I think he had some type of a problem on his way into the pit lane because he was not at speed coming down the lane. Rear tires also turning right now.
Well, that's going to be a penalty if the back axle was turning whilst it was up on the jack. Still up on the jacks. The clutch is dragging. That's going to be a drive-through. That is a stone wall drive-through. Surely the better thing to do there would be to put the car on. Well, I don't know. You can't change the tyres with the car on the ground. They're never going to get that tyre on with the wheel turning. There's 5 lug nuts there and some pegs behind it. Driver needed to put his foot hard on the brake, and they weren't telling him that. And somehow the message has got through. Robbie Foley then with an unexpected call into the pit lane. He has taken quite a lot of fuel. Oh, I don't think they got the fuel in either, because the fuel hose has gone out and gone back in again. So they were absolutely not ready for this stop, and this is very un-Turner-like. And this has taken that car right now out of the running. That was too long and unexpected. Mistakes you just don't expect to see, and we still don't know why it was slow. Meantime, let's get back to the TCR battle, where Rocco Pasquarella has caught Franco Girolami and was nudging the back bumper of the grey Cupra coming out of the carousel. Last time around, this is first and second. All of a sudden, Dan Arrow back up to speed. Again, make of that what you will. We'll keep an eye on that with Ryan Marine and John Hindhaugh here in the booth. And it's not over yet at the front of TCR. And remember, there's an offset there as well, with a possible offset there, because they just turned that car around so quickly that we couldn't believe they'd got all the fuel in that they needed. 5 seconds the difference between the pit stops last time through. Girolami's been doing a pretty good job through traffic, and again, that might be the difference when we come to the final reckoning later on in the race. You talked about passing and being passed. Girolami there very cleverly giving up a little bit of the racetrack so he didn't lose the perfect entry into the carousel. But right up his tailpipes now, Rocco Pasquarella, KMW in the black car. Behind them is, I think, a lapped no, that is Bryson Morris. So that's the top three in TCR together now, Ryan Marine.
Yeah, how about that? Great mix, as we've talked about a couple of times. 3 different manufacturers inside that top 3, and we were singing the praises earlier of Franco Girolami and what an accomplished driver he is. That puts into perspective what Rocco Pasquarella is doing. Young man from Boca Raton, Florida, comes out of Sports Car Club of America, club level racing, Spec MX-5 primarily, did a little bit of MX-5 Cup racing at the tail end of the year last year, but has been a revelation in my eyes in this TCR car. Was on pole in just his 2nd ever race at Sebring back in March, and here he is absolutely harrying Girolami, who's a champion touring car racer. Really outstanding stuff from Rocco Pasquarella.
Let's not write out of this Bryson Morris either, because he's made time on both of these guys. I wonder if Girolami is fighting the heat of the track, now up to 45 Celsius, 113 Fahrenheit. Back end of the car is starting to drift around a little bit, and it was front tyres only, I seem to remember, for that Cupra.
That does sound right. Yeah, so that could be something they're dealing with. And then we had the report from Brian that there was the mount or a support strut on the rear wing of the Cupra that was broken, and you could see how much that rear wing wiggles compared to the other 2 TCR cars behind. So it could also be that all's not quite copacetic with the handling of that car. They're nursing, it would appear, a little bit of damage at the back, plus they've got the flapping hood at the front. So although they have the lead of the race, it's not like this has been without its travails this afternoon here at Mid-Ohio for the VGRT team.
Ryan Marine, John Hindhaugh, Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Rob Lomas up in London, sending us to the world on RS2 IMSA Radio. Aaron Stevens and the rest of the hard-working NASCAR production team up at Concord, and thanks to Apex Productions on site, bringing us the great pictures and sending them up to NP to put around the world. Slow-moving TCR. Now, is that just trying to get out of the way? No, I don't think it is. That's the Stars and Stripes number 72, and that is going slowly for Larry Pegram. and Pegram Racing. It's a right front puncture. He's trying to keep the tyre on the rim, and he's done a great job, and we stay green. 2 hours and 4 minutes, just under 2 hours and 5 to go, and he's got that number 72 car back in the pits. Super driving.
It was. That car's been off track because he's got a bunch of grass as well on the grill, but great work by Larry, who's a legend on 2 wheels and maybe one of the foremost motorsports families from the state of Ohio, the Pegrams, mostly on 2 wheels, but now on 4.
You guys were talking about, so is the official. He's picking up on it a little bit. I think he must have had some contact. The left front fender looks pushed in ever so slightly. The official looking at it, and he hasn't really signaled that they need to fix it just yet. And now I'm looking back here at this stay, this horizontal stay or brace in the rear wing, and there is a crew member who is now putting in a bolt there to secure that. The rear wing is being sorted, and I'm not sure if they're going to do anything about that hood up front. I think the official was satisfied that it is attached.
So that was the number 99 car that Brian Till was reporting on for our BDO pit lane reports. So perhaps there was just a little bit of incident damage that had caused that bonnet, that hood, to start flapping around. The worry was that rear stay, the stay rather, on the uprights that holds the rear wing. This Cupra, the latest generation of TCR, Ryan was talking about it earlier on, VAG, all of their platforms, so when they had the VW Golf, the RS3, Audi and the Cupra all racing globally in TCR, they all came out of Cupra Sport in Spain, and they developed the cars, and as the evolutions came on, they basically continue to develop them and make them even more of a race car. That rear wing is really high up and mounted effectively through the rear windscreen glass is what it looks like. Also the rear torsion bar, or anti-roll bar rather, the design of that has all changed as well, so that's easier to get to and to adjust. It's very clever engineering on cars that resemble 5-door take to the supermarket type cars. Now Larry Pegram is going to get a drive-through in the number 72 TCR, and this is for tyre without crew. By the way, the Turner Motorsport car did get its wheel rotation drive-through as well. Somebody else has just got one for leaving with equipment attached. That was the number 13 car that applies to. So that one I have to say I hadn't picked up until I've just looked back there at the channel for the incidents in the pit lane. Pit lane tends to breed issues when people are hot and bothered, and it is warm at the moment, Ryan. You're listening to RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, live across the world. No blocks, no bricks, no subscriptions, and of course if you don't have a US IP, you can watch with the live international world feed TV on IMSA on IMSA's official YouTube channel. It is the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge O'Reilly Auto Parts, 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. We're exactly at half distance. Into the second half of the race then, Ryan Marine, and we have as many questions as we had at the start and no answers really to speak of. Maybe a few clues, but nothing solid.
I might have more questions now than I did at the start, if I'm honest with you, but we'll do our best to parse through as the race progresses. One thing I can say, you mentioned the penalty for the 13. Nate Cicero has served that. That was leaving the pits with pit equipment attached. It doesn't look like it's cost them too dearly. I think they were about 10th prior to that penalty. That's dropped them down to 13th in class, and I believe they've been able to hang on to the lead lap. So that's some good news there on a weekend where they're really just trying to salvage something. Meanwhile, pit stop here for the 21, the sister Victor Gonzalez racing car.
Race on the rear wing, so no work to do on the car and no driver change. Bacon stays in. Front tires going on, they'll leave the rears. And Calvin, you mentioned this earlier, sometimes that gives you that good grip in the front and allows the car to rotate into the corner a little bit better on these front wheel drive cars. So those used Michelins on the back are actually a good handling device. Fuel going in, the car will get dropped, that helps the fuel flow a little bit better at the end here, and then they'll put this car back on track. Right now, the 21 car came into the pits in third.
Waiting for the fuel, and still waiting for the fuel. This is an awful lot of VP Racing fuel going into this Victor Gonzalez Racing Cupra. The driver's sitting there getting hot and bothered because it's not moving. That looked really long indeed. But they have got into the second half of the race on the 2 stops. So that is what they wanted to do. That is potentially just one more stop to take them to the end. So maybe that extra time, squeezing as much VP Racing fuel in as possible. I just want to hark back to the battle at the front of the field. Autotechnic Racing, Stephen McAleer and Dan Arrow. We saw the pass, we saw the battle. Dan Arrow, you remember I said that they pitted 8 laps earlier than most of their competition. However, he's turned that around into actually a 2-lap advantage now later into the race than Stephen McAleer, who's ahead of him. How's he done that? He did 40 laps to the 30 laps of Autotechnic's BMWs. This is an incredible turnaround. I'm not sure if it qualifies for the Michelin moment of the race because it's happened over basically an hour and 10 laps. But to get a 10-lap advantage on fuel, that was a 58-minute stint from Dan Arrow. A good 4-5 minutes more than anybody else, and that around here is 2.5-3 laps, but it's not 10 laps. But now he's 2 laps further into the race than the car who leads at the moment. I think that's an amazing turnaround. Let's go down to Brian, who's with Bryson Morris's car.
2 on pit road. They ran out of fuel on the way in. The car stopped back at the start-finish line. Had to shake the car. They've gotten it up here and then up the way. Looks like it should be a routine stop for the Brian Herta Autosports team with that 33. So I've got GS cars and TCR on pit lane right now at the same time. Guys are looking for maybe one more stop and they can make it to the end here at Mid-Ohio.
So that was the number 2 car that Brian was talking about, the Porsche Cayman, the GT4. That's the Matty Stewart car. So they are trying to push as hard as they can, or as long as they can, in the pit lane. And what have they just done? The CSM Porsche that's just gone back out again. Well, that's interesting because that wasn't a long stint there. So that was a strategic stop to get them into the no, sorry, that was 40 laps. So that was 40 laps again, 59 minutes and 19 seconds for that number 2 CSM Porsche. I think that might be the longest run we've seen so far, and I'm going to say this again at the risk of cursing it. That was an all green flag run. Ryan Marine, we're seeing some completely different ways to go about getting through this 4 hours, and the leaders are back together again. Dan Arrow right up the tailpipes of the leading BMW.
Well, break in if anything happens on track, but I'm trying to cover off a couple different strategy angles here. So CSM, who we just saw in, that is the second time they've run extremely long, and if they did 59 minutes under green, that means they are one stop away from making it to the finish at this point. Two more 59-minute stints. They don't even have to do 2 59 stints if you follow my logic there. So they've been committed to that going long strategy in each of their stops so far. Bryson Morris, when he pitted, they had done about an hour and 5 minutes on that stint. So they also easily are in their window to make it home on one stop in TCR. And that, I think, tells us what the rough extreme window is for a TCR car under green flag conditions. If we start to see cars pitting with about 65 minutes left, then they're close to their window, depending on when the white flag comes out, you know, for the overall leader and things like that. And I can cover off some more stuff in a moment, but I think Brian's got more for the pits.
Put the drink bottle in. Rocco was undoing the belts and then climbed out. So again, time to do the driver change. You don't have to hurry too much, and a lot of times the hurrier you do, the slower you go, and you can't afford to make a mistake, because the mistake a lot of times will cost you even more time. So take your time, be smooth, be fast. That's exactly what this KMW squad is doing right now, trying to get this Honda back on track, and once again win in front of the home team. Just behind them, the 93 MMG Honda Civic in as well. This car rocket ship fast all weekend long. Front Michelin tires for the 93 and a full load of fuel. They too will be back out.
Drama in TCR, right front puncture and damage for the number 99 that has been leading. In fact, actually, the tyre is still up. Misjudgment on the braking from Girolami, and absolutely nailed the back of one of the Hyundai Elantras up at the keyhole. In fact, that was the 33 car, so not just one of the Elantras, but that's Mason Filippi in the championship contending Brian Autosport car. So the brilliant run that was going on there by that number 99 crew for Gonzalez Racing Team has, I'm afraid, come to an end. In the pit lane now, right front damage. Well, if the hood was loose before, it's now bent up at about 60 degrees, and it's going to have to take some remedial action. Comes to a halt, and the team go to work hammering that down. I think that's the least of their worries, to be honest. There looks to be aero damage on the right front, possibly even a problem with the wheel arch liner and the fender rubbing the right front Michelin tyre. That's what the pit lane crew are looking at from IMSA. Random Vandals Racing are in with their BMW as well, and that means that they can go with one more stop to the end, although they're 3 laps off the pace at the moment. Robert McGuinness in that car, they had issues earlier on. Still, the 99 Victor Gonzalez Racing Team has not moved from the pit lane, and their chances of a decent result are evaporating, Ryan Marine.
Oh, that's so frustrating. They had great pace. They were running at the front, and this kind of goes back to what we were saying. Franco Girolami, his pace has never been in question, but he's not used to these long distance races. You think about what he's done in European touring cars, in Italian touring cars. Those tend to be short, sharp races, not 4 hours long, and maybe a little patience would have served him well, because that contact also has implications for, as you said, a championship contending car. Bryson Morris had started the 33, Mason Filippi in it now. That car has been able to continue on. That's the good news, but I don't know the status of that car. It clearly took a bit of a clout because of the damage we could see on the front of the 99.
Yeah. Sitting in third position, the number 33, appropriately enough. So I think that was a battle for position out on the circuit. But I do not understand, unless there was a problem with the car, Girolami's attempted overtake was optimistic in the extreme. The IMSA officials are saying that car cannot go out with a headlamp missing because of the aerodynamic effect is likely to pull off the bonnet, and he's basically telling them quite clearly, both verbally and in sign language, you need to put a really big piece of tape over that headlamp area. There is no headlamp there at the moment. They're clearly not going to refit another one. There's also bits of carbon fibre around the air intake underneath the IMSA sticker. That was all pristine earlier on. I remember seeing those exact words. Isn't anymore. Somewhat pre-owned and pre-loved. I still think it's not going to go out without them covering that headlight over. And they're not, I don't think they're going to be able to do it with single strips. Well, maybe I'm wrong. But they do not want that car going out and then shedding bodywork, Ryan, and causing a full course yellow for debris, or worse, causing someone to have a puncture and then potentially have an incident of their own. I'm very surprised they don't have a big sheet of 100-mile-an-hour tape to throw across that. That would actually help them a lot.
Yeah, you'd think so. And they do have a drive-through penalty to serve for that contact that's just been handed down. So when they do get back out on track, the day gets a little bit longer. 2 GS stories to cover off real quick. One, we talked about the CSM car running long. They had a spin. I think it was on the outlap for Morgan Burkhardt. They've been able to continue, but let's see if this plays out and where they end up shaking out. Potentially that spin and the time lost therein could be costly as they try to make this strategy work. The other thing, a while ago we were wondering, all right, how did McAleer have such a longer, or how did Autotechnic rather have so much longer of a stint, or shorter of a stint rather, than Windward? And I think the explanation, at least part of the way, is that if you recall the first stint, Windward had Bryce Ward in the car. They pretty much after his minimum drive time was done. Autotechnic basically did the reverse, where they started McAleer, then put Austin Krines in, and they did roughly 40 minutes to get his drive time done too. So those two are just on inverted approaches, and then Jeff Westphal and Sean McAllister are doing a third completely different thing, where both of those drivers are roughly the same pace, so they're running to the stint length that they feel comfortable with in that car, and that's more representative, I guess, of how far of that car can go on a given stint.
You have cracked the code, Mr. Marine. Well done, because it was driving me to distraction here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. I saw you scribbling away and working things out, one step away from getting out the abacus or counting on your toes as well as your fingers there. That might have been a step too far. It is the 27 car that leads Autotechnica Racing BMW by half a second. And remember now, they're on roughly equal strategies. If anything, there's a slight advantage, but we're talking three minutes, 2 laps in the differential between when Stephen McAleer in that lighter coloured BMW pitted and the dark blue and black BDO liveried Dan Arrow driven Windward racing car. What we have seen is how Dan Arrow can carve his way through traffic, and that was where he had the advantage, even pushing all the way through that 40 lap stint. And if these two drivers, start that again, Heindorf. Given that these two drivers are going to take these cars to the end in an hour and 40 minutes time, 45 minutes time, we are in for an absolutely top shelf entertainment package. So if you need to nip out and refresh your drink, make another pot of coffee, grab some of your favourite snacks, I think now's the time to do that. Do not get your pit stop strategy and your fueling strategy wrong as you're watching the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 Hours of Mid-Ohio, because this one is going to run right the way to the end. In TCR, by the way, the KMW Honda now with a clear advantage of something like 19 seconds over that number 33 Brian Herter Autosport Hyundai Elantra that was facing 3/4 of the wrong way around the last time we saw it. Third, MMG LP Monto, who's had a drive-through, by the way, in that car, if you remember. Fourth, Caleb Bacon in the second of the Victor Gonzalez Racing Cupras. Now the better placed of that car, because Franco Girolami's car hasn't come out, and I don't think it is actually going to be able to be made race worthy. Behind Caleb by about 2 seconds, Denny Dupoint in the Hyundai number 76, and it's Rafael Reis for Stallion Motorsport in the Cupra, who is in 6th position. But at the top of the field, with half a second of a lead, Auto Technic, BMW, Stephen McAleer, Dan Arrow in the Mercedes from Winward, and closing in on them, Carbon with Peregrine. Our early leader, the number 39, Jeff Westphal, in that grey and green machine. The top three now within 2 seconds on the racetrack.
And Westphal was half a second faster than the leader on that last lap, so he will be there in the next couple of laps at this pace. Already you can see the target just ahead in Dan Arrow. Another battle that's about to kick off, if it hasn't already, is for 5th, 6th, and 7th. I've been watching that group too. Jackson Bell has 5th. Jeremy Fletcher, by the way, in his debut in the championship, I thought it was excellent in the middle stint, and he turned the car over to Jackson Bell in a top 5 position. But Michael Cooper now in for Moise Uretsky. He's starting to charge, and Cameron Shields is with him too. That's the car that Steve Wetterhouse started, and we said if Steve can keep that car in contention, Cameron certainly is a driver that has the speed to challenge for a top 5, and we're starting to see that play out in the back half of the top 10 now.
So we are just under. If this was a normal Michelin Pilot Challenge race, we're just over 15 minutes in, sort of 17 minutes in, and actually we can't almost think of it like that, but not quite. It's not quite as simple as that. As Dan Arrow's pitted, Arrow pitting out of 2nd place. Now that is not due. There must be a problem here for the BDO Tecamet Winward Racing car. He's right at the end of the pit lane, and he's going behind the wall. He's going straight behind the wall. This is disaster. Heartbreak for Bryce Ward. I can't give you any information. The car was up to speed. There's no penalties being invoked on that car as far as I can see. I have no words. I have no words for that. I've known Bryce a very, very long time. When he was saying to Brian about, oh, I've threatened to quit a few times, he's done that to me a few times. This will be my last race, this is my last year. And then he comes back out, and I keep laughing at him. And he's such an enthusiast for this sport. And he doesn't mind getting beaten on track. He doesn't even mind sometimes when the luck doesn't go his way. But that is going to be a crushing blow for Winward after such a great start to the season for that 57 car in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, Ryan.
Oh, you got to feel for them, because they came into this weekend just 30 points out of the championship lead, and there was a time, John, where we showed the points as they ran, and they had vaulted into the lead, at least at that relatively early stage in the race. And now they go from contending for a great result, maybe even taking the points lead, and you look around, a lot of the drivers they're fighting for the championship are having pretty good days. Luca Mars now up to 3rd place. That's the championship leader coming in. Cicero and Noaker, they really aren't having much of a day. They're down in 12th, so that's a bit of a break for Winward, but Crines and McAleer certainly are having a day. They're leading right now, and Uretsky and Cooper, too, in the top 5. So a lot of the championship rivals, as you see the points as they run now, and this is only going to get worse, by the way, because there are a number of cars that are still circulating but are laps down. So actually, Arrow and Ward will lose additional points, but they come in down 30. They'll leave down at least 170, at least if Mars and McIvern stay up where they are right now.
Top 3 in the race at the moment, separated by 9.6 seconds. All BMW M4 GT4 Evos. BMW are on a rich vein of form at the moment. Had a good Nürburgring 24 hours, particularly with their M3 GT3 Touring 24H. Fastest BMW at the track, actually, that car. Running in SPX. They've taken a first and second in the FIA World Endurance Championship in the prototype category, the first time that they have won a race, and they have been quick in everything this year. Andreas Roos absolutely making the point. Andreas, by the way, is the head of the motorsport part of BMW M, and his boss Frank de Mille, who is head of CEO actually of BMW M and Motorsport, making the point that GT4 and GT3 cars, whilst the glory at the front of the field is great, those customer racing cars are so important around the world to help spread the BMW message of the ultimate driving machine. And there's 3 at the front of the field, and Luke Mars has the sniff of something here. He's just put his and that car's fastest lap of the race in. Now let's see if we can work out what's happened with the 57 car. We've sent Brian Till into the paddock just to see if he can dig up. That car was not slow, it was up to pace. And Dan Arrow into the pit lane from half a second behind the leader and ushered straight behind the wall. They've dropped down to 19th in class, make that 20th in class. They're outside the top 20, and we've got an incident on the track, and it is the Porsche number 2 that was in the pit lane not so very long ago, and that will bring out a full course yellow. And that is quite a big incident. The front of the car with Morgan Burkhardt behind the wheel of the CSM machine has been wiped off. That's where all the radiators are. And that was coming out of the final corner onto the finishing straight. Now, as I said, we've just sent Brian off to Windward's pit. And we'll check in with them in a moment. Oh, there was side by side. Was there contact with the dark-coloured Mustang? Impossible to say. Initial impact before the bridge, then running down the front stretch. Well, we've seen those kind of incidents before. If there was contact, we saw Kenton Koch park for 5 minutes for an incident like that a few years ago. I can't say whether there was contact, but that is a very heavy impact for Morgan Burkhardt. Airbar safety teams with their Ford Raptors and the Porsche Cayennes on the scene very quickly. Morgan out of the car very quickly and already in the back of the Porsche Cayenne. Now it's up to recovery to get that car away. The Acura safety car is on the track. It will be being looked at because there was another car in close proximity. It was the Mustang that was right there. Just waiting for any news from race control. Sorry, Ryan, go ahead.
I think it was the 30 LAP Motorsports Mustang. Casey Moyer started that car. I think it was Clay Williams driving at the time. To my eye, and I've only seen it once, I don't think I saw contact, but one thing that race control has been stressing lately is making sure you leave room on corner exit for the driver you're side by side with, and that's one thing that they might want to look at, and I'm sure they will, exiting the carousel, turn 13, where they were initially side by side. What exactly caused the Porsche to go off track and into the grass, I'm not sure. I don't know if enough room was left or not, but that's one thing race control certainly will be looking at. And then it just looked like that car might have caught some bumps off in the grass. He hadn't been able to get back on track yet when it snapped suddenly to the right and made heavy nose in contact with that Armco on the outside. And really happy to see Morgan step away under his own power. That team really on a high after their runner-up result at Laguna the last time out. That was a big deal for them. Had a good weekend in VP Racing Sports Car Challenge as well with Ismail Elahi, but that car definitely used up, and good thing the track and the cars these days made so safe and Morgan able to walk away.
I completely agree with your summary there, Ryan, and race control, fortunately, for it is they who will have to make the decision, will have more angles with the CCTV, possibly even asking our TV colleagues at the moment what else they have on that. There's a replay facility at the track when we're at Daytona. It's right next door to us in race control, and we can see what's being looked at. So the full course yellow is out. Doesn't help anybody in terms of pit lane. The only thing that you can do is if you are off strategy, you could possibly top off right now. Right, Brian has been waiting patiently in the paddock at Windward, and we're waiting to be able to get to him as he was wandering off there when that incident happened for Morgan Burkhart in the number 2 Porsche. Just reset for you, the second place car, Dan Arrow, Bryce Ward started it. Half a second behind the leader. They'd pulled themselves right into contention. They'd been leading a 40-lap stint by Dan Arrow when he jumped into the car, brought them back into contention. Great run early on by Bryce Ward. He was beside himself with excitement when he talked to Brian in the pit lane. Then the car peeling off apparently at speed into the pit lane, hit the pit lane speed limiter as we've got the wave bike going round. Let's go to Brian now.
I'll tell you, there was an easier time when cars weren't nearly as sophisticated. It is either the alternator or the battery on the 57. All of a sudden things look so great, or I should say things look so great until all of a sudden they weren't. And I talked to Ed, who said, look, it's real simple. We could put another battery in, but immediately it would drain it. So we've got to find out if it's the alternator. We've got too far to go. A battery won't last to the end, so we would be just right back in. So alternator change is what's going to be happening aboard that 57 right now. That's going to take some time, but this is why we race, right? It is never over until it's over. It looks like they had everything in the catbird seat right up until the time they didn't.
That is an incredibly unfortunate set of circumstances. How old's my oldest car? I don't know, 25 years plus, and the only problem I've had with the alternator is if you've had a belt break or something like that, or a bracket. Sometimes I had a bolt fall out of an alternator bracket and it rattled loose, and well, that is going to cost them. Pits are open. Brian Till is not there, so we'll have to watch. Well, I'm interested in this. With an hour and 30 minutes to go, the leaders have decided to come in. The whole of the GS field is coming into the pit lane, and this is going to be rear tyres at least for Auto Technic and a top-up of VP Racing fuel. Turner Motorsport, Luca Mars is in the number 95 car. They're going to the front end first, 5 lug nuts. No, it's going to be at least right side tyres for them. Are they brand new? They look like slightly scrubbed Michelins that's going on there. The Ibiza Farm Motorsport, McLaren, excuse me, is in the pit lane. So is Heart of Racing. In fact, the whole of the top 13 have come in. BSI Racing's Toyota, the number 67, has stayed out. Now, it's going to be a problem, actually, for the 27 BMW to get out because they're right in behind the 13 Mustang, and they have got out, but it cost them a moment or two. I'm not sure they were the first car out the pit lane there. Brian, you might have seen that better than me. Did Luca Mars get around them and get out in front of them?
Yeah, and I think one of the Carbon cars might have as well. But Turner, they did this, I believe it was at Laguna, where they needed to have a quick pit stop to get some track position, and they did. They've done it again. A team like Turner, this is what you count on from them. When the pit crews matter most, they tend to come to the fore.
Luca Mars confirmed in the lead of the cars that have pitted. Now, what I'm looking for is those that stayed out. I think the only car that was on the lead lap that stayed out was BSI Racing's Toyota Supra in the hands of Lucas Weisenberg. And if that is the case, we should see him at the front of the field. I'm not seeing that at the moment. But then again, the safety car hasn't picked up the leaders yet. Well, I'll give you a definite on that when I can confirm it with my own eyes. However, the answer to the question is now it's going to be something in the region of 2 40-minute stints, or a 60-minute and a 20-minute dash. Remember earlier on, Ryan, when we were talking about trying not to get too excited because there's things that will happen later on? I think we can start to think about the end of the race now. With under 90 minutes to go, we've had TCR pit stops as well, and the top 3 all came in. In fact, no, the top 5. I think Rafael Race and Cameron Lawrence stayed out. Yes, they did. So they are looking to get some track position. And who's first out of the TCR cars? I think it's Mason Filippi, isn't it? Has got ahead of Tim Lewis, who took over the KMW Motorsport Honda Civic at the last stop.
I will defer to you.
Stephen Clements, by the way, has taken over the... Sorry.
Yeah.
My fault. Stephen Clements has taken over from Caleb Bacon, by the way, in their car.
I'll defer to you on TCR, John, because I'm trying to sort through GS. Michael Cooper has actually cycled through to the lead, so we saw the Luca Mars-driven Turner BMW, we saw them first, but evidently Cooper and Jackson Bell and Hannah Grisham all got out even further ahead of the 95 car. And one thing to remember is that there were multiple different pit sequences that were in place. So some cars needed more fuel than others, and others here could be short filling on this stop to get track position, which means they'll have a longer final stop. So without being down in the pits and being able to ask the teams, I can't say definitively who has done what, and we don't have the live telemetry like we do for WeatherTech, where sometimes we can answer those questions by looking at energy levels. But I suspect that a few teams have played some short fill strategy games to try and get some track position. You mentioned that Weisenberg had stayed out. I think that was to get a wave around because he's now on the lead lap.
You're right.
Otherwise, that car was in an interesting spot, having pitted only 41 minutes ago, and that could get awfully close to the hour mark, and with enough yellow, maybe they would have been in an interesting position. But right now, that car has shown the first car 1 lap down, and it might just be they haven't made it back around to the tail end of the pack, so hard to say there. But TCR, it does look like you were right that the 77 ended up out in front. And how about the Hart team from right here in Ohio, and Cameron Lawrence, who joins them for the long distance races, he's in that car. Of course, they have not pitted either, so those two on a different sequence here, and they'll need to stop one more time, but then again, so will everybody else. So that's an interesting strategy call.
Yeah, exactly. So you're playing off the yellow flag now and fuel saving, getting further towards the end of the race. They probably could have made it on one stop anyway, but it's just how far towards the end of the race you can get. As to new Michelin tyres now and a full tank, which takes you really close to the end of the race and allows you to take advantage perhaps of anticipating a late race yellow or something like that, says Heindorf. Not really. I'm still not sure. I think I'll take, particularly in TCR, when everybody's got to do another stop anyway. So if we get another yellow in half an hour's time, everybody will come in anyway, and you're all back on the same strategy. I'll take track position now, thanks very much. I'll take track position for 500, Ryan, if you don't mind. I do think that is the jeopardy, to push the analogy further, that you're putting yourself in. You take yourself out of good track position, and it doesn't help you later in the race because everybody's still got to stop. Pace car lights out. Let's see how it plays out. We're still looking for our Michelin moments of the race, one in GS and one in TCR. We've had a couple of storming moves and strategic calls in the first 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 40 minutes. As we come back to green, the Ibiza Farm Motorsport McLaren Artura will lead them to the green flag. Michael Cooper has Jackson Bell in the Copland Motorsport Supra in second, the Aston Martin of Hannah Grisham in third, then Turner, Luke Mars, Jeff Westphal, Carbon. This is the BMW trio with Stephen McAleer making up the 3 BMWs. He was the lead car in there, so that's been a big swap around. Green flags in the air. We've got an hour and 23 minutes to go. And Michael Cooper in the McLaren goes through turn 1. That car sitting so flat to the road, you would swear it's got magnets in it, and it's running on a metal track. Heading up the hill now, sitting slightly higher up, the blue and Etruscan orange front end of the number 23 Toyota GR Supra GT4. Already moves being made further down. Carbon, Jeff Westphal getting out the line there, and Cameron Shields, his teammate, was also trying to make up positions further back, but it's the Supra that's under pressure by Hannah Grisham. Heart of Racing Aston goes to the left, then to the right, over the top and down into the S's. Turner Motorsport in 4th position with Luke Mars. What did they do in the pit lane that meant they were there a little bit longer? What strategic games or ploys or tactics are being played out at the front? The answer is we don't know, but we'll find out in about 80 minutes time as who's got the calculations right. In TCR, Stallion Motorsport Cupra restarted in the lead, and it's Cameron Lawrence for Hart in second, Tim Lewis for KMW Motorsport. Now he's the first car that's made the extra pit stop, so that KMW black Honda Civic is the car with the newest tyres on. Now, good news for Mercedes and Winward Racing fan. Dan Arrow is back from behind the wall and is being fueled at the moment. Now, they've dropped laps, but they haven't dropped as many as they coulda, shoulda, would have if we'd stayed green, of course. They are in 26th position in GS, and there are cars not that far ahead of them. They've dropped some 10 laps. But again, if anybody stops now and can't make it to the end, they could make up a position or two. And Ryan, you were mentioning earlier on, hang on, hold my breath for a moment, the top of the hill at Madness, they're going side by side, that's always difficult. You made the point earlier on that a couple of points here and a couple of points there at the end of the season, particularly for a championship contending car, which the 57 Winwood car certainly is, getting that car back out is an absolute stroke of genius and really a necessity.
Yeah, that's why they've done that, but unfortunately out of the fight, and what a fight we've got here. This has been quite a lap. Looked like Hannah Grisham got caught out of line. Hugh Plum came out of the pits and dropped right into this lead pack, and presumably on cold tires. Grisham kind of guessed wrong at one of the tight, twisty parts of the track, got offline, and she's lost a couple of spots as a consequence of that. And a couple others have been jockeying for position there as well. All of this, though, is allowing Michael Cooper to escape. 2.5 seconds to the good now, John.
Side by side behind, coming over the hill again. BMW versus Supra. This has been a cracking battle for, this is the third lap they've been side by side through there, Ryan.
Yeah, just about. It's been really nip and tuck here since the restart. Jackson Bell just able to hang on to that position and fend off the challenge from Luca Mars. This is for second and third right now. And right behind, McAleer really charging on this lap too. That's a car that has front-running pace, as we've seen. Really, this is the first time in this race that we've seen cars other than BMWs up at the front. The BMWs have been shuffled back here now, and we're about to see what kind of true pace they have when everyone in this front-running group in GS is effectively on the same strategy. Everyone's going to have to pit one more time. The only question is how much fuel do each of them need? But no holding back at this stage. There's no need to save much fuel. Everyone's pushing to the checkered flag now.
McLaren from Toyota, from 3 BMWs, from an Aston, another Toyota, a Ford Mustang GT4, and a third Toyota and a fourth BMW in the top 10. And all of a sudden, the Supra is in the heat of the day with 115 Fahrenheit on the track, 46 Celsius. Air temperature's risen 27 Celsius now, that's 81 Fahrenheit. And the steamy conditions, well, humidity has dropped a little bit, but these hot conditions under Michelin tyre seem to be suiting the Toyota Supra and certainly the mid-engined McLaren Artura, which is at the moment making its bid for freedom in the hands of Michael Cooper. He's out to 3.5 seconds, Ryan.
Well, we said in part that was due to Hugh Plum coming out of the pits and settling in right behind him, just ahead of second place, which really bottled up the field momentarily. But that's not the whole story. Michael has stepped on it now and is starting to build a gap. You wonder if that's not one of the teams that short-filled the car, and therefore they'll need a longer stop in this final pit stop. So it's really to his benefit. If he can pull as big of a gap as possible, that mitigates any time that they would need to spend extra in the refueling portion of their pit stop relative to those chasing. And that's just me speculating, but we're trying to figure out how they were able to jump so far in the pit lane. And my guess is that they might have short-filled him a little bit, and that could lead to a longer final stop. So this big gap that he's got, that's absolutely great news for Michael and the Ibiza Farms team.
Car bomb with Perrigan on pit lane. Cameron Shields, the 37. The bonnet, the hood is up, and I can see 6 pairs of legs out the front of it. There's something going on there. They do seem to be working with a purpose, though, as if they know what they are looking for. What a turnaround, by the way, from the guys at Winwood to get that car back out. Dan Arrow straight back up to pace last time around. He is 5 laps down on the next GS car. However, there's a whole bunch of cars 5, 4 and 3 laps ahead of him. If any of them have a problem, he will start moving up through the field, and that's why they are out there, not necessarily to catch and pass people, but to take advantage if anyone else strikes problems. And with an hour and 15 minutes still to go, that's a lot of laps. Let's call it a minute and 30. So a minute and 30, that is the situation. If somebody falls out now, he will overhaul them quite easily. 7.5 minutes for 5 laps is basically what you're looking at. So there's plenty of opportunity, and also Dan Arrow, in some ways released of any pressure, can go out and drive that car as fast as he wants to get it to the finish, and that will be good data for the team at Winwood Racing.
Cameron Shields is out of the pits, so whatever issue that they were chasing, they've been able to find, and he drops in right in front of second, third, and fourth once again. So Michael Cooper's way up the road, then 37 of Shields, and just behind is that battle, second, third, fourth, and fifth. And at the end of that train in the 5th place, that's the teammate to Shields. So we'll see if there's a part still to be played for Cameron, or actually, it looks like that car's pretty fast again, and he's starting to pull away, actually, from that battling group behind him.
What a race this has been. They've 4-hour races. People say, 4 hours. That's not a proper endurance race. Well, tell that to the European Le Mans Series, and tell that to the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge here at the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. It's exactly the same at the BMW Challenge, the 4 hours that we had on Friday afternoon at the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona at the start of the season. And I know the teams like the Extra Challenge, the spectators do, and you watching and listening around the world clearly do as well. But right now, this is a McLaren that is on afterburner power. 4.2 seconds to the good on Jackson Bell. Jackson's not hanging about, by the way. He's just done a 26.8. The leader did a 26.5. But we're talking about these times. That Jackson Carr's fastest lap is a 1:26.3, and he's got a heavy car, relatively full of fuel, and he's barely half a second slower than the fastest lap that Supra's put in all lap. So these guys, there's no hanging about anymore. There is no sparring, as Cameron Shields has just put the fastest lap of the GS Racing for Carbon after coming back out the pit lane. A 25.9. That is impressive. Just looking at him down the field, Hannah Grisham's put that car's fastest lap in, that car being the Vantage of Aston Martin and the Harter Racing team, 1:26.5. Cameron Shields, 1:25.9. Side by side, BMW and Toyota Supra. Haven't we said this before, Ryan?
A time or two, and this time it looks like Luca Mars might have the measure of Jackson Bell, but McAleer tries to get in it as well. Mars is through. McAleer the next to take a shot at Jackson Bell at the top of the hill in 5. Oh, here he comes, sends it up the inside, John.
Down at the right-hander at the bottom of the hill, and unfortunately for Jackson Bell, he got onto the dirt. Michelin tyres not gripping out there in the clag and throwing up a huge amount of dust. It all started coming down into turn 4, as Ryan perfectly described it. The blue and yellow BMW on driver's right had position, still had to convert it. Stephen McAleer with a lighter coloured Beamer almost tagging the right rear corner of the Turner machine. That could have been nasty in the BMW parts truck afterwards, a bit awkward at least. So a reshuffling of the chasing pack, who are now 5.5 seconds, write that down somewhere, 5.5 seconds behind. BMW on BMW now at the keyhole, as the Carbon Jeff Westfall Beamer goes past Stephen McAleer. McAleer won't take that line down, and here comes Hannah Grisham as well, drafting up as they go down the hill towards turn number 4 through the right-handed kink, which is not a corner because you don't have to lift off for it. Well, that's not quite the way things are working out, but it is a mere inconvenience. No real line required through that. By the way, immediately that Luca Mars sprung the trap there, he's pulled away by about a second. He's not, however, catching the leader as yet. Just keep an eye on that. 5.5 seconds was the gap when the pass was made. An hour and 10 minutes to go. We are no closer to knowing the identities of the teams and cars that will occupy the podium in TCR or indeed in GS. TCR, half a second between Tim Lewis and the chasing pack there, which is the Hart Honda Civic. That car has not made its final pit stop yet. The Hart car is what I'm talking about. Then it's Rafael Rees in third, LP Montour in fourth, Mason Filippi and Denny Dupont, the two Brian Herter Autosport Hyundais, in fifth and sixth. Tim Lewis then in the black, number 5, through the first corner and climbing the hill. And Cameron Lawrence pretty much matching him, barely a 1/10.5 slower last time around. I don't know where to look, Ryan. TCR's on fire and we've got an hour and 9 minutes to go, and at the front of the field now we've got, other than Michael Cooper being away, that battle for second is incredible, and Luca Mars is not catching the lead machine at the moment, but it's coming down at the front of TCR.
Well, so the lead changed hands in TCR a couple of laps ago. Tim Lewis must have just gotten the lead about a lap and a half back from Cameron Lawrence, who, as you pointed out, is on older tires. He stayed out in that last pit sequence along with Rafael Rees, and I think that was really good. A good roll of the dice from both of those teams. Neither are in the championship hunt, so you might as well try something different and see if you come up big. Neither had great track position either prior to that roll of the dice, and frankly, everybody still needs to make their final pit stop. We are not that far away from the window opening for TCR. If you recall, the 33 Hyundai earlier in the race in a green flag stint did just under 65 minutes on one stint, on one tank of fuel. So that's only 2 minutes 45 seconds away from opening up. Now, you probably don't want to pit that early, especially in TCR, because your race isn't entirely in your control versus the overall leader, right? The white flag comes out relative to the time remaining for the overall leader, not the lower class. So you probably want to get a little bit closer to the hour to go mark just to cover for effectively having to do an extra lap potentially. But that said, again, we're pretty close to some TCR teams being able to see that window crack open, and you might jump in early, hope for a yellow, and then get cycled up to the front after that.
In this type of racing, I was always told by the strategists that were the most successful that when you're getting towards the end of the race, you want to be the person that takes your last pit stop first. Because at that point, you are in control of your own strategy and, more important, your own destiny. The worst thing that can happen if you pit stop first is you get a full course yellow, the safety car comes out. All that does is saves you fuel. All that does is saves your older tyres. Everybody else will pit, and if you're still in the right place, you will cycle through and get track position. And on a circuit particularly like this, I think we'll see people coming in with an hour to go in the TCR category. GS, I think they'll want a little bit more cover as BSI and Lucas Weisenberg are in the pit lane. That is an hour and 6 minutes to go. That's going to be tight for a GS car. But they are off the lead lap? Yes, they are. They've just fallen off. They are the first car off the lead lap. And last time before they came into the pits, Lucas did that car's fastest lap of the race on 26.8. So there's a bit of pace in that red, white and black car. So I think we just have to wait. I think you're spot on. I remember you saying 65 minutes. Well, if you split what's left, that's not 65 minutes twice. So they're well in to do it on one more pit stop. I actually remember you saying that. So for the TCRs, let's expect to see some of those jump into the pits within probably the next 2 or 3 laps. And the question is it somebody from the front who rolls the dice, or is it somebody like your, I don't know, your Harry Gottsacke, your Mason Filippi? There are 5 Brian Herter Motorsport cars in the top 8. So what do you do with those guys? And sorry, 4 in the top 8. Do you split the strategy? Who do you favour? If you do split the strategy, somebody will be right, somebody will be wrong. Do you risk annoying one pair of drivers and elating another? Well, that's Brian Herter's problem right now, and not Ryan's and mine, and I'm thankful for it. Meantime, at the front of the field, the Ibiza Farm Motorsport McLaren. What a race they've run to this point. We know that's a quick car. It has been all season. They bided their time, and we wondered if they didn't have the pace. Well, clearly they do, because they have put time into everybody. The chasing pack with Luke Mars at the front is in clear air, and it's now 7.6. Remember, it was 5.9. This is again perfect timing to find the pace from Ibiza Farm and from McLaren, and that doesn't happen by accident, I would suggest.
I would agree that this is well judged, and this is not traffic induced. Michael Cooper's had clear track to work with, as have those that have been chasing him. So this gap that he's pulling, this is true pace that's been in this car, and they've found the right time, as you say, to unlock it.
And the Vandals looking at the front end of their BMW number 92, doing brakes. What are they doing under there? This has become a test session, I'm afraid, for the number 92 car, Nicky Hayes. Now, this is good news for Winwood, though, because they've taken a couple of laps out of Random Vandals as they are sitting on the pit lane, and they are doing a, is that a steering arm change? Oh no, it is the bottom end ball joint that they were looking at there. How bizarre. So it looked like they were making a front camber adjustment or caster adjustment on that car, but certainly a suspension and alignment adjustment. They were doing it both sides on the ends of the steering rack and arms. That's incredible that they should do that. The car, with a bit of fuel saving, might be able to get to the end from here. And the TCR pit stops have started from the cars at the back of TCR. That's interesting. The ones at the front are staying out there, not seeing any movement on the pit wall at the front of the field either, as Michael Cooper comes round with an hour and a lap to go, pretty much. Ryan.
Well, Cooper has continued to up the ante as this stint has gone on. He just did his best lap of the race at a 26 flat, which is not a far cry from the overall fastest lap of the race, which I think was at 25.9, something along those lines. So Michael absolutely flying, trying to build this gap. And what we don't know is how much more fuel do they need to take on this final stop than the other cars in the class. I would suggest with an 8.3 second lead, they can withstand potentially having a slightly slower pit stop because of the gap that he's been able to build. But yeah, there you see it. Michael Cooper's lap time, it's the 3rd fastest lap anybody has set in the race here so far. As we approach that pit window now in both of the classes, we'll see who blinks first.
Yeah, we saw earlier on that there was a difference in opinion on the pit wall about doing the 40-minute stint first, doing the 40-minute stint second. Thomas Merrill, by the way, has jumped out of the number 14. Sarah Carrion has jumped into that car. One pit stop and a lot of racing to go in GS and in TC. Harry Gottsacker is the best placed TCR car to have pitted. And that number 18, Brian Hertner Autosport car, is in 8th place in TCR, but he is now fueled to the end. As I think is Stephen Clemens in the 21 BMW. All right, Gregory Leafouge laps down, so he's just one lap off the lead lap. Now that's interesting. So he's gambling on something happening and getting away by getting back on the lead lap and not having to pit. They are fueled and they are gone. That's the Stephen Cameron number 19, not been there day to day. Early issues, getting caught up in a couple of incidents, and Gregory Leafouge is fueled to the finish. 59 minutes to go. The La Fenêtre s'est ouverte. The window is open right now. Michael Cooper, take a bow. Nearly 10 seconds now, Ryan. Now, here's some of the higher placed TCR cars, LP Montour and Cameron Lawrence, MMG and Hart in the pit lane. Sticker tyres going onto the light-coloured MMG Honda Civic. Sort of the sketched lines on the side of that car, which I really like. Wheel guns are done. Been a driver change as well. Door closed, car down, fire the engine. Oh, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a good, I reckon that's 9 seconds. Better part of 9 seconds that they lost there. They weren't quite ready to fire it up. And you can't have that with only 58 minutes to go. That could cost them time. Billy Johnson in for Ford. Gregory Leafouge we've seen in and out for Stephen Cameron Racing. So now at the TCR head of the field, Tim Lewis, Raphael Rice, Denny Dupont, they have decisions to make. So has Mark Wilkins, so has the top four. They've not pitted yet. Decision time. How much breathing room do you want to give yourselves? They are on the wrong side of a safety car now if it were to happen. I've got to say it, if I'm the leader, particularly the way that they've worked this strategy so well today for KMW Motorsports, I'm bringing Tim in at the end of this lap. I don't want to risk it any further. People behind are stopping.
I agree completely. I think you run a risk, you leave yourself vulnerable with each passing lap, and especially as more and more TCR cars come to the pit lane. We're certainly within the window to make it to the finish now, and a few others have made that call to the pit lane. The 98, Mark Wilkins is in, Clemens is in once again, and pretty soon I think we'll start to see some of the GS class make that call as well, that it's not worth pushing too much further, and maybe they can be in on the early end of that window and catch a lucky break.
Hello to Ryan Hoover Transportation, Morgan Burkhardt. They look after that car. Morgan's okay, but loading up the hauler. Pleased to hear that Morgan is fine. Not a great day for the CSM team. Here is the TCR leader into the pit lane. Had to happen. This is smart. Raphael Rees has gone around and assumes the lead. Now they put themselves in jeopardy. They're in the danger zone. Denny Dupont, does he come round and into the pit lane? Final pit stop. Front tyres, left and right. They go to work at the front with sticker Michelins being used. Tim Lewis staying on board that car. Both tyres at the front are done. They're not doing the rears. They're waiting for the fuel. 55.5 minutes to go. Fuel is out. Car is down. And here's oh no, that's a much better getaway. Much better getaway. They are out. Also in, Mason Felipe turned around earlier on. Hello to James O'Donnell, who's listening in for the conclusion of the race. Preparing for the trip to Le Mans tomorrow. Car's cleaned and we have a pile of camping gear in the living room. Well, don't forget to download some of the programs for the drive down. Go to radio-show.co.uk and get yourself logged in to RS1 on the way down. Ibiza Farm Motorsport waiting for the fuel. This is the leader of the race. Michael Cooper brought the car in. And they go. Luca Mars, I think, stayed out. Yes, he did. So now 55 minutes for the McLaren. So, Ryan, do we still have questions? Yes, we do. Do we have any further answers? No, we don't. Except that Michael Cooper is very fast indeed in that McLaren once he gets his Michelin tyres up to temperature and pressure. At the moment, he's having to get round the number 21, Victor Cazales Racing Cupra, which looks massive by comparison. But they have jumped the earliest, and the BMWs are back at the front, and Turner, Carbahn and Auto Technic have all stayed out, as has the Supra of Kosh Copeland. Harter Racing, Hannah Grisham has stayed out as well in the Aston. So track position has been given up, and here, no, we'll get the BMWs this time around, I don't know. Track position given up by the McLaren. They've run a good race so far. I'm not putting it past them to have gotten this right.
No, I think they're on the early side of the window, but we've seen cars go 55 minutes before. But again, you got to remember, this is 55 minutes and then you finish whatever lap that you're on, right? So it could end up being a little bit longer than that in the run to the checkered flag. So they'll want to make sure they're good on fuel from here, and they must feel like they are, or else they wouldn't have come in then. They didn't, to my knowledge, they didn't absolutely have to come in that moment. Real quick in TCR though, John, bad news for the Hart team. We got a glimpse of it prior to the most recent pit stops we were calling. That car was slow on track and it had to come back into the pits. I'm not sure what happened, but Cameron Lawrence had to limp his way around and make a second pit stop, and that takes them out of contention for a good result.
53 seconds for that additional pit stop, so it wasn't massive, but they had to do something to the car. Loose wheel nut maybe, from the pit stop the lap or so before, not sure. Let's see if we can find that out. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch. Ryan and I have still got to work out where the Michelin moment of the race is going for GS and for TCR. Made some great pit stops. We've seen a great Turner pit stop, and that effectively has Luca Mars in the lead at the moment. At the time, we thought it was slightly better than it was, but it has converted him into the leader, because Stephen McAleer was the lead BMW from Jeff Westphal and from Luca Mars when they came in 2 pit stops ago for the green flag stops. So that's still out there. There's been some fabulous overtaking manoeuvres as well in TCR. Well, Brian Hurt at Autosport doing their thing. Surely the performance of all the drivers for KMW Motorsport in that Honda Civic has to catch the eye. 2 BMWs come in to the pit lane, first and second. Now, does Stephen McAleer drop into the pit lane as well? He does not. He goes on for one more lap, but Jackson Bell's in for the Copeland Toyota. Harter Racing in. Bill Oberlin, by the way, who's taken over ST Racing by Random Vandals, the Samantha Tan car, he stayed out. So we've still got 2 BMWs leading. It's just Stephen McAleer and Bill Oberlin. Oh, is that all? Kenny Murillo in 3rd place for Mercedes AMG. Final pit stops then in the lane for those 2 BMWs, Ryan.
And I'm watching the tracker. Michael Cooper is coming onto the front straightaway right now. Did he build up enough of a gap that he's going to be able to come back through it into the lead? I think he might. Now we watch to see which of the 2 BMW teams has the honors in the pit lane on this final stop.
Car bomb were down earlier, but they've got to transit the pit lane. Where is the Turner car? It's out ahead of them, of course it is. Never back against the Turner team. Also see in the background the Toyota Supra of Jackson Bell coming out, so they are pretty much status quo. But the Ibiza Farms McLaren had gone through. Now, who's this in the pit lane now? That's the other Turner car, the 96 machine. Stephen McAleer is in the pit lane as well. So Stephen McAleer from the lead of the race, the 27 car. Fuel hose in, just going up on the air jacks now. New Michelin rubber going on that car, fronts first. Left hand side, slightly scrubbed rubber, not new rubber. They didn't have any new rubber left to go on. Right hand side has done. Let's go to Brian Till.
Fuel cool as a cucumber sitting there behind the wheel, just waiting now for that BP Racing fuel to go in. Stephen McAleer will be back underway. This BMW has been fast since they unloaded it off the truck, but will it be fast when it matters? That's just a checkered flag.
I wonder if they just did one side of tyres there, the left-hand side, the working side of the tyres. I didn't see the start of the pit stop, in all honesty, but there were scrub tyres going on the left-hand side. They were not stickers. As this plays out, it's, I think, going to be Nate Cicero who'll be scored the leader unless he pits next time around in the McCumbee McAleer Ford Mustang GT4. Now, when did he last stop? Is he good to go to the end? Have they played their cards in a somewhat different way? So, Cicero, and confirmed, by the way, that Stephen McAleer only did the left-hand side tyres. Nate Cicero might be coming out of this pretty well. And no, as I say that, he comes into the pit lane, of course. I was just looking to see when he had last pitted. So Ryan, we now have the fight that we've been waiting for the last hour and 10 minutes, because it has come to pass here at the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 Hours of Mid-Ohio that Michael Cooper and the Ibiza Farm Motorsport McLaren is back in the lead, and leads by an increased margin. He was nearly just over 9 seconds up the road. He's now nearly 18.5 seconds up on the Turner Motorsport, the Autotechnic Racing and Car Barn BMWs. What a stint this has been by Michael Cooper over the past hour or so, and what strategic masterclass have Ibiza Farm Motorsports played so far?
Well, remarkable. They got them the track position in the pits. It looked like they had maybe a 6th to 8th place car for the first couple of hours, but when they all pitted under that full course yellow, it was the McLaren that came out first. Michael built a gap, which then he's only built further from there since the pit stops. Like you say, he's come through to take the lead. Now, a moment ago, McAleer actually came out of the pits having pitted a little bit later than Turner, ahead of the Turner car, but Luca Mars was able to get by before the tires came up to temperature for Steven. So now those two BMWs are stuck fighting each other, but it's for second and third as Michael Cooper controls the race.
In the 44 Ibiza Farm Motorsport machine, His last lap, a 1:27.0. Let's go to Brian. He's down at Ibiza Farm.
And we're good on fuel. We're comfortable. We're in a good position. So there you go. That's from the team. We'll have to see if it plays out that way.
Yeah, I think they're in fine form. It was slightly tight, as you said, at 50. What did we say it was? Was it 55?
Just
Ryan?
under. Yeah, it was 9.5 minutes to go, so just under 55 minutes to go. We've seen cars do that today. I mean, again, it's not going to be, the race doesn't end exactly when the clock strikes 0, right? You still have to go around and finish the lap that you're on. So if you don't get the timing quite right, you can end up having to do the better part of a lap, which here would be just under 1.5 minutes. But that said, I'm confident they wouldn't have made that call to the pit lane when they did if they didn't think they were good to go. There was no reason they had to pit when they did. I think they were just covering for a potential full course yellow.
And that, at that point, that gave them an 18.5 second lead. That's quite a bit of wriggle room if you have to hit some numbers in this stint, as Michael Cooper's lead's been trimmed a little bit, but only half a second here and a couple of tenths there. It is under 18 seconds now as Luca Mars leads the charge, but there's been traffic for the leader, lost a couple of tenths that time around, and of course Luca Mars will have to come through that traffic as well. The question will be, how much fuel does the team think Michael can burn? How rich is too rich? How fat is too much in terms of turning up the wick a little bit on that McLaren? He's losing time now between a couple of battling Mustangs, which will be annoying him because what he wants is to be able to roll through the corners. They've gone side by side in front of him, has to pick one way or the other, goes in behind the Billy Johnson Core Motorsport Mustang. If you're going to follow somebody in a Mustang, follow Billy Johnson, because he won't be hanging around for very long. To the line now. Let's take another look at what the time gap is. I will suspect that Michael Cooper lost a bit of time there. Yes, he did. That was a 28.0. So Luca Mars, let's see his next lap time. Also want to see where well, Robbie Fawley is right behind the leader now in the number 96 Turner BMW. If Robbie could get on terms, and he's trying actually, he's air lapped down to the leader, and he's fighting with Billy Johnson, who's the next car ahead of him, but he's just gone by a couple of cars. And can Robbie Fawley get involved in what's going on at the front of the field? In TCR, the gap is 6.5 seconds between Tim Lewis, who leads for Honda, and for KMW Motorsport, and Denny DuPont in the number 76 Hyundai. And then there's about the same gap, 6.5 seconds back to Mark Wilkins in third. But BMW versus McLaren, Turner BMW versus Ibiza Farms McLaren. But that's not the battle for first and second. It is the battle between first and the second place team's second car. This could be interesting, Ryan Marine.
It could, and even before you throw the team situation into the equation, for Robbie Foley, he's trying to get back on the lead lap here. If he can get around Michael Cooper, catch a yellow, all of a sudden they have a chance to salvage something with their day, which hasn't gone entirely to plan. And the 96, which is the BMW just behind the Ibiza Farms McLaren we're looking at right here. A little further down though, John, there's a few runs today that have been under the radar but deserve some attention. You referenced Bill Auberlen up to 7th. That's the car Samantha Tan started. Right behind is Kenny Murillo in the car that Aurora Strauss started, and this could be one of their better days of the year so far, with Murillo racing up inside the top 10, running at 8th, done a nice job to get there. And at TCR, Denny DuPont up to 2nd place. Preston Brown started that car, and they started way toward the back today, all the way back in 11th in class. But this is what they do. It seems like every race weekend, and especially these 4-hour races, they've really excelled at these over the years. Preston keeps the nose clean, and then Denny climbs aboard and makes magic happen. Not sure they've got the pace to challenge Tim Lewis today, but kudos where it's due. I think that 76 crew from Brian Herta Autosport has really flown the flag for BHA today.
Just for those of you who have been with us all the way through, and thank you for that, you'll remember that there was a great scrap going on at the front of the field between the BMWs and Winward Racing, and Dan Arrow in particular. Alternator failure meant they had to take that car, and they've dropped some 11 laps on the leaders, which they've not managed to get any of those laps back. They've not dropped any further. However, Dan Arrow has made up another position. He's up, albeit only up to 24th in the GS class, but he has got ahead of the Random Vandal second car, the Nicky Hayes machine, the 92. Remember, they were doing that suspension geometry, whatever it was, issue. And oh my goodness, Circle H Racing has come to a halt, and we've got a full course yellow with 40 minutes to go. Can you believe it? Michael Cooper, 16 seconds to the good, was being caught by Luca Mars. Now, good news, bad news situation. Michael, I've got really bad news for you. What? Full course yellow, you're going to lose your 16-second advantage. Right, well, what's the good news out of that? The good news is you can save fuel like mad under the yellow, and that means you can probably have a proper go towards the end of the race and not have to worry about hitting your numbers. Coast, 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 save, save, save. Right now, kick it out of gear, clutch it, do whatever you've got to do to save some fuel behind the Honda safety car. And once again, Ryan Marine, the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge is setting us up for a dash for the points.
You just knew we were going to get at least one more wrench thrown our way, right? You just knew it wasn't going to be clean and green to the end, and you have to earn these wins in Michelin Pilot Challenge. That's the way Michael Cooper's going to have to think about this. The good news is there are quite a few out of cars that are a lap down that are between himself and the next car in the class. So he has a bit of a buffer built in with that. The TCR cars will come through with the wave around. If they're trapped between the safety car and their class leader, then they get that wave by. But there are some GS cars that are behind the leader but ahead of second place in class. So that's a bit of a reprieve for Michael on this upcoming restart.
Random Vandals have come back to the pit lane. The pits were closed. IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 hours of Mid-Ohio may come down to the last 30 to 35 minutes of racing. It's been a strategic masterclass up and down the field. This is one to go and study afterwards with the Alcamel timing sheets, possibly even replay the race and have a look to see how it is all ruled out, as the safety car, the Acura safety car, will pace the field. Circle H car on the end of a tow rope. Well, is this a blessing or a curse? Luca Mars was already catching Michael Cooper. Bizarrely, actually, the gap has gone out under the safety car. Of course it has. They're going slower. That will close down. McLaren, BMW by 3. Toyota GR Supra, Aston Martin Vantage. BMW of Bill Auberlen. This puts Bill Auberlen right back in the shout. I mean, there's a guy that you'd put your money on any day of the week, and twice on a race day on Sunday. Murillo Racing, you mentioned. Rafa Racing. Rafa Racing have had a good weekend, haven't they, in the VP challenge. Their Toyota GR Supra here is going to sit in 9th with Kiko Porto, Thiago Camilo for Pan Am Motorsport. That's another Toyota. Robert Noega, well, he's not a shy lad when it comes to overtaking and coming forward. And basically, we are taking out the worries on fuel that anybody might have had. Just looking at the weaving going on behind the leader, that is actually the Robbie Foley 14th car from Turner Motorsport, weaving and burning his back tyres as much as to say, I am going to try and overtake the leader on the restart. I don't care if I burn my Michelins off. I've got 35 minutes to go. I want to get back on the lead lap. And then, would they ask him to influence what was going on behind? I'm not sure. It is a team name. Pass around is starting now on the run down to turn 4. Well, Ryan.
I'm doing the math here, counting up the cars between Michael Cooper and second in class, and I think it's 5 lapped cars. So you mentioned Robbie Foley, but he's not the only one. You've got the bright red Supra just behind. That's a lapped car. That Mustang, 2 Mustangs actually, the Windward Mercedes, and then you get to Luca Mars. So Luca's got some work to do to get through the lap traffic. His biggest asset is probably his teammate, like you've been calling out, Robbie Foley. Robbie has every incentive to try and get back on the lead lap and hope to catch a yellow. But if Robbie can bring the fight to Michael a little bit, that then could give Luca the time he needs to fight his way through the lap cars.
Yep.
I think what this yellow does, though, in TCR is possibly even more interesting than what it does in GS, because Denny DuPont was 6 seconds behind Tim Lewis. He's now there. He's on the precipice. I don't know that he had the speed to catch Tim, but now that he's there, that could be a fun fight to watch. And Carl Whitmer, too. Remember, MMG's had their ups and downs today, but suddenly he's there in the fight, and that's not all. I mean, it's a pretty good list of drivers. You go down the list in TCR, and this one's not done by any stretch of the imagination.
I'm pleased you mentioned Carl Whitmer and the MMG. LP Montour had a drive-through early on, if I remember rightly. Jan Heelan's come in for a splash of fuel for BGB Motorsports in the 83 Porsche GT4. Now, Turner BMW, what is going to be the plan there with both of their cars? Luca Mars is easy. Let's go down to Brian, who is at Turner Motorsport.
Hey, so you got the easy job, or is it more difficult to sit here and watch in these closing laps?
You know, typically it's a pretty difficult thing to sit here and watch, but we have a lot of trust in Luca. He's been really impressive so far this year, obviously coming off a really great final stint at Laguna Seca. So yeah, we're really excited to see how this plays out. The McLaren seems like it has a little more pace than the Turner Motorsports BMW, but these guys always do a great job. They killed on the pit lane all day today, so we're in a really nice position to compete. We'll see how it shakes out. You know, if anybody watched Monaco this morning, you know a lot can happen in a short amount of time.
Now you're a spoiler. But think about the championship. You guys leading it right now. The 44 is behind you guys in the championship. How much do you risk for the win here, knowing you've got the championship lead at this point?
Don't tell Ibiza Farm, but you don't, right? You know, we're going to be conservative. That's what it's all about. We're in a really good spot. The 57 dropped out as well. So Luca's well aware that he just needs to bring it home. We're in a really nice spot.
It's about winning races, but really it's about that big trophy at the end of the year.
Cheers, guys.
Dylan McAvern talking to Brian Till, BDO Pit Lane report. It's a fair point that Brian was making, and Dylan was good enough to answer honestly as well. Yes, it would be good to win the race. Yes, it would be great if his teammate could help him out a bit, but ultimately they can't afford today of all days to do something that allows Michael Cooper to get a good finish or Stephen McAleer to get a better finish when one of their championship contenders has had the issue. You've got to maximise points on days like these, and this is the championship lead we're talking about with that Turner Motorsport number 95 BMW.
Right. So, yeah, they would lose some points to Cooper and Uretsky, but not a ton. Whereas if they took a big risk, something went awry, and Cooper and Uretsky win, all of a sudden that's a big swing in the championship. I think they'll be thinking as much about the car behind them as the car in front of them, because McAleer is in that championship conversation for sure, and Stevens going to be thinking about getting by Luca Mars to not fall further behind the Turner guys and to claw that little bit quicker as well. And I will say too, the calculus changed slightly. A couple cars pitted here recently that were lapped cars between Cooper and second, third, fourth, etc. So there's a fewer cars now to get through for the chasing cars, but still that's a big ask for them to try and get through all that traffic and catch Michael Cooper and pass him. Michael's in a really good spot coming to the restart.
Half an hour, 30 minutes exactly to go. We are getting ready to go back to green flag conditions. McLaren versus BMW, someone else pulling off as well in between the leaders there as we go back to green. Not sure who that was, it looked like one of the Mustangs pulling off. So the battle at the front of the field is Turner BMW, but it's the 96 car against the leader at the moment. But look at the battle further back, as the second place car has two racing cars ahead of him side by side, and that is another danger area for our championship leader. Coming up now on the core Mustang again. The Supra's been caught out a little bit, and Jackson is under pressure there as the Aston Martin's gone round the outside. I think Hannah Grisham's just gone up into 5th place at the front of the field. Michael Cooper, Ibiza Farm Motorsport, he's not driving defensively. There's no need for him to do that. I think this is great tactically. Luca Mars is seeing now his teammate hassling the leader, but not trying to overtake him. This is incredible. He's sitting right on the bumper of the leader, but not making any substantive move. And Luca is through now, so there's no cars between himself and the leader. It's absolute chaos behind through the traffic to try and even pick out who's doing what to who. Jeff Westphal is in 4th place, I think, at the moment. Stephen McAleer has just pulled out a bit of a lead, then Jackson Bell, then Oberlin. No, Hannah Grisham still sits behind Oberlin and Kenny Murillo in TCR as they come to the line. Tim Lewis for KMW in the black Honda still leads it from Denny DePom down to 0.6 of a second. Carl Whitmer in MMG's Honda is next up. Then the hordes of Hyundai from Brian Herder Motorsport, 4th down to 6th position. Under half an hour to go. Michael Cooper, I think, doing exactly the right thing. He's not trying to defend. He's saying to Luca Mars, if you want to go through, you go through. And, sorry, not Luca Mars, to Luca Mars's teammate. Basically saying to Robbie Foley, go through, Robbie. I'm not going to cut down on you. I'm going to give you the opportunity. At the moment, Robbie Foley not taking that invitation, Ryan.
No, he's not. On the other side of the coin, though, Carl Whitmer smells some blood in the water right now, I think. Denis DuPont seems to be struggling since this restart, and Whitmer has closed in, trying to get Honda back up into the 2nd spot, trying to make it a Honda 1-2, in fact, if he were able to make this pass stick.
Yes, and he is bringing with him more Hyundais. Mark Wilkins, Harry Gotzacker, Mason Filippi, half a second between each of those. So after the restart, it is as close as you like in TCR, as you might expect. Brian Herder Autosport, number 76, is the car that's made the biggest moves today. Up into 2nd place for Denny DePomp, worked his way through, spotted early on. Made up 9 positions, as is his teammate 1 spot behind, 2 spots behind Mark Wilkins. But right now, Tim Lewis, KMW Motorsport, they have done a cracking job today. Here comes Montreal Motorsport Group in that lighter coloured car. Looks to the right. Can he dive down the inside and almost do a MotoGP pass? If you can get alongside, if you can level with the car, then it's a question of just easing off the brakes and rolling to the apex a little bit quicker, and then you can make a motorcycle style block pass, even on the tight and twisty confines of this just under 2.4 mile circuit. Michael Cooper, by the way, driving the wheels off the Ibiza Farm Motorsport. He's pulled out 2 seconds now on Luca Mars, but he has still, of course, got Robbie Foley right in his wheel tracks. It's really interesting tactics, really is. Once again, the 4-hour Michelin Pilot Challenge event, the O'Reilly Autoport's 4 hours here at Mid-Ohio, it just delivers. I know why we can't have more of these, because it would push everybody's costs up, Ryan, but they are exceptionally entertaining.
Oh, and a problem for
the leader's gone wide. In TCR, Tim Lewis gone wide at the keyhole and is slowing down. Oh, this is more drama for a car at the sharp end of the field. We saw it with Winwood early on. Just as I was thinking that they had played their cards perfectly, 24.5 minutes to go, and is it a puncture on the left front of that car? The guys at Hyundai can't believe their luck. They cannot believe their luck. No, it looks like there's air in all of the tyres. It's a long road back for the number 5 Tim Lewis car, and that leaves the battle for the lead then. Denny DePomp and Carl Whitner. This is not over yet. Hyundai with a little bit of a laugh and a giggle about what was going on when their competitor hit some problems, but they have not got this wrapped up by any stretch of the imagination, Ryan.
No, Denny's got his hands full here, that's for sure. Quickly back to Lewis. A couple laps ago, I saw a puff of smoke that seemed strange. These TCR cars will put out a little puff of smoke on upshifts and downshifts. That's not abnormal, and I was hoping that's all it was, but it did seem a bit more extreme, and maybe that was a telltale sign that something was going wrong in that leading Honda. Oh, you have to feel for that team. They ran so well. Rocco Pasquarella had a great opening stint, and then Tim Lewis looked like he had it in the bag, but now has to limp it back to the pit lane. Now, though, Carl Whitmer, if he weren't fired up already, if he didn't already have his stander up, now this isn't the fight for second anymore. This is for the lead. This is for the win of the race.
And they're coming up on some GS traffic. They are quicker than the cars ahead. There's a trio of cars battling right behind them. Mark Wilkins is only a second back, and then Harry Gottsacker, Mason Filippi, 1 Honda, 4 Hyundais, 3 spots on the podium. By the way, Stephen Clemens is not out of it either. He's only another 0.3 of a second back from Mason Filippi in the best of the Cupras now for Victor Gonzalez Racing. Don't forget, at the front of the field, we've still got a battle on, as Luca Mars has just done his fastest lap of the race and closes in at 2.1 seconds on the Ibiza Farm Motorsports machine. That's not Luca Mars sitting right behind him. Yes, it is a Turner Motorsport car, but that is Robbie Foley, who is sitting in the gap between himself and his teammate. His teammate Luca Mars has had to put his fastest laps in because Jeff Westphal's found some pace again for Carbon with Peregrine. McLaren, and then 3 BMWs in the top 4. They are running second, third and fourth. It is the Toyota Supra of Jackson Bell next up, the number 23 car, and the top 6 is another leading light in Bill Oberlin, and he's got by Kilco Porto in a 6th position for Samantha Tan Racing by Random Vandals. just keeping an eye on Dan Arrow. He is still in 24th position, and that is not going to change now. He's got past the people who he is going to get past. Actually, he's got past Evan Slater, so he should have got a position there. I'll work out why he hasn't in a moment. But Michael Cooper, has he repelled the danger of Robbie Foley? Possibly the best thing Robbie Foley can do now for his teammate is actually let his teammate go by him and sit in between Luca Mars and Jeff Westphal.
Might be worth considering, definitely, because Mars has his hands full now. Westphal has been the quickest guy on the premises really all weekend long. His pole lap was sensational, John. I mean, he almost was 0.4 of a second clear of anybody else in qualifying earlier, and his teammate, Cameron Shields, is absolutely flying right now, but unfortunately is not on the lead lap, kind of in Robbie Foley's situation where that car is clearly quick, but they've had some issues and aren't in a position to capitalize on it.
Well, indeed, Cameron Shields is in 15th. Robbie Foley is in 14th. Those Turner BMW and Carbon cars intermingled with the battle for the race victory in GS, but they are having a battle for a substantive position in their classes, albeit in 14th and 15th position. They are the first two cars off the lead lap as we head in. Oh, hang on a second. There's still 20 minutes to go here, by the way, Ryan. I was just thinking to myself, right, coming into the last few laps. No. 20 minutes to go. So we've got something in the region of 13, 14, 15 laps maybe to go, maybe one or two more than that. It just depends on the pace. Everyone's fueled to the end, everyone on the same strategy. So now this is the race for the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 hours at Mid-Ohio comes down to the last 20 minutes.
You get the sense that there's another act left in the script, right? It's not done yet, whether that's in GS or TCR or possibly both. We'll find out soon, but right now, these Carbon cars are coming to life here, and we're watching Westphal harrying Luca Mars. This is important for the championship here. Luca's trying to maximize his points. We heard from his teammate earlier in the pits, recognizing that, yeah, maybe a win's not in the cards today, so let's get the most that we can. If that's second, then great. If that's third, so be it. Right now, they've got a hand on second place, but, man, Luca's going to have to fight for this for another 18 minutes.
Do you remember what took Dan Arrow out of the battle for the lead in the Winward car?
The mechanical issue, the what was it, an alternator?
Yes. Correct. Guess what has taken KMW out of the lead of TCR? An alternator issue. Hot day, hot track, 46 Celsius, 115 Fahrenheit still. Air temperature's all right, it's 27 Celsius, that's pleasant, that's 81 Fahrenheit, that's lovely, that's right in the zone. But something has been playing havoc with the electrical systems. The two Turner BMWs together and the two Carbon BMWs together. It's lapped Turner from leading Turner, from leading Carbon, from lap Carbon at the moment. There's a bizarre sense of symmetry in that. In TCR, the battle for the lead, Denny Dupont has got his mirrors full of the second place car. Let's see if we can get the definitive word from the pit lane. Brian is with Preston Brown from KMW.
If you guys can hang on for another 20 minutes, you're going to be celebrating big time. What is it about the number 4 for you guys? 4-hour races just seem to fit the bill.
Well, you're right. I mean, these longer endurance races certainly have been good for us. Today's been hard, honestly. I've been struggling all weekend. I qualified probably worse than I think I have so far this year. I'm a little under the weather. I've got a cold going on. So I was ready to get out, but we stopped a little early, and Denny's just been in there slowly nibbling away. But it's a combination of everything in these longer races. It's a pit stop execution, it's clean driving, it's the car prep. I mean, it's all those things that give us a good shot at ending up on the podium. And you know, we suffered a little bit with the BOP adjustment after the last race at Laguna, but I mean, it's looking pretty good now. We're going to have a fight on our hands for the last 20 minutes for sure. Champagne,
the best medicine for a cold?
I'm not sure it's the best medicine, but I don't think it can hurt.
That statement from Preston Brown was not approved by the Federal Drug Administration. From Preston, of course, driving with Brian Hurd Autosport and Denny DuPont. And Denny, of course, used to drive for KMW. There's a certain irony that he's inherited the lead after his old team. Remember, he drove the Alpha for them for a few seasons and inherited the lead in that multicoloured Hyundai Elantra N. N for Nanyang, and the Nürburgring had the good fortune to spend half an hour in the company of the father of the N brand at the Nürburgring Nordschleife recently. June Park came into our booth. What an absolute joy, what an enthusiast that man is. Built the brand from absolutely nothing, the N brand, and it has blossomed, exploded perhaps into the motorsport force in a number of disciplines. They're going to have to fight for this one though. Down the hill, already gone to the inside. The leader, Denny DuPont, has taken the defensive stance early and round the outside for the Honda now. Has to roll through the corner and stay to the inside, can't make it happen. Didn't have the grip, did not have the grip to hold on. Carl had to back out of it a little bit. But is this what we're going to see for the next 14 minutes? Denny making him go the long way around. Mark Wilkins is hoving into view behind. That might be a little bit of help as a tail gunner. And a second Hyundai. Mark is about 3.5 seconds back, so needs to get a wiggle on if he's going to help. That interesting, very interesting that what we've just seen there, Ryan, as how the Honda could get down to level up that car, as we were talking about earlier, but didn't have the grip to stick it out through turn 4, the right-hander to be on the inside for turn 5.
Well, don't forget that turn 4 was reprofiled before last year. It finished up. The work was done back in the fall of 2024. It used to have a lot more camber. It was, I think they took about 2 degrees of the banking out, and that was done for safety reasons. But it was especially greater banked on the outside line, which made that outside line really a viable passing option here at the end of this straightaway. We'll see if Whitmer tries it again, but it's much more difficult these days than it was even a couple of years ago.
And the reason they took out some of that camber was if you had a problem, it did act as a bit of a launch ramp, and it could catapult the car. It doesn't have to be far off the ground, but it meant that the gravel trap wasn't as effective as it should have been if you had a car that, say, had a brake failure down there and it did get airborne, or if the car got sideways. So sensible improvements in terms of the safety considerations, crucial safety considerations. At the front of the field, it's now 4 seconds. Michael Cooper leads from Luca Mars, still with Luca's teammate Robbie Foley in between them. The battle is on for the lead in TCR. They cross the line with 11 3/4 minutes to go. There's barely a TCR car between them. Through turn 1, more traffic ahead, more danger for Denny DuPont. The Honda just showing its nose. Honda on home ground here at Mid-Ohio. The roots of Honda and Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course run deep. Honda with a manufacturing plant just up the road. And The partnership has been strong here for many years. Once again, Dupont goes to the right-hand side. Once again, Carl goes to the inside. Then he swaps over. The leader's gone wide. He'll get round the outside at turn 5. Now he's got to get the run down the hill to turn 7. But again, the front wheels can't give the Honda driver the grip that he needs to get alongside when the corner favours his side of the track. That's 2 different ways he's tried it now. Up and over at turns 4, 5, 6 and 7. Oh, this is fascinating stuff, Ryan.
Well, for Denis now, you wonder if that gives him some confidence. He's been able to absorb a couple of haymakers there from Whitmer and still hang on to the spot. You heard Brian reference how good DuPont and Brown have been in these long-distance races over the years. This is their 6th as teammates. That goes back to 2024. That year, they were 2nd in the 4-hour race at Daytona. They won here at Mid-Ohio. Last year, they won at Daytona, 2nd here at Mid-Ohio. This year, they won at Daytona. They're leading here at Mid-Ohio. This is their 6th 4-hour race together. They've never finished worse than 2nd.
That is a pretty decent batting average, isn't it? Let's be fair. Still, Robbie Foley is between his teammate Luca Mars and the leader, but Luca much more looking in his rear view mirror for Jeff Westphal at the moment. He's got his teammate behind him. Those 2 are between the battle for 14th and 15th, if that makes any sense. So the battle for 2nd and 3rd are in between the battle for 15th and 16th. We'll check back in at the front of the field for the minors in a moment, but it's the top step of the podium that is still in dispute in TCR, and it is still Denis Dupont, Carl Whitmer. Wilkins is not gaining on them. In fact, he's dropping away into the grasp of Harry Gottsager, who's got around about 3 seconds, just under, on the Cupra that has been making ground. Stephen Clements, 5th position for Victor Gonzalez Racing. So the leading pair of TCRs, front wheel drive, 4-cylinder, turbocharged, has to be 3 or 4, excuse me, check that, 4 or 5 doors. Round about, well, depending on which championship, between 330 to 350, 360 horsepower, all going through the front wheels and the Michelin tyres. Whitmer this time not in a position to challenge, so he heads down the hill. He does show his nose again, the right-hand side. Doesn't try anything there. I think traffic might be Carl's best opportunity, and there is a little bit of it up ahead. I'm trying to work, who's the blue car that's closing in on them? Is that one of the Baker cars that is that's back out and running again? One of the RS3s?
Yes, that's right. I'm not sure which one, but that's spot on.
So I think it's the Sam Baker car. Oh, actually, do you know what? They're both out and racing. Sam's in the 52, sitting in 12th in class. So where is the other one?
That is the 52,
they
by
are
the
so
way.
alike.
That's right there behind them.
Right. Okay, so that's the car that's lapsed down. Kenny Reedman is in the 56, and he's in 9th in TCR for the family-run team. Another opportunity. Whitmer has a look to the right-hand side as they go up the hill. We haven't seen him try one there. Who gets the better exit out of the keyhole? Well, this is as close as the Honda's been, and once again the Hyundai goes to driver's right, hugging the right-hand side of the track. Now Whitmer comes out. He's alongside. There's a lot of space in between them. Whitmer's got his nose right there on the rear quarter panel, up to the front wheel. He's holding on down the inside this time. Oh, almost contact. He was much closer there to getting the overlap and getting the inside line for the left-hander at turn 5. That was closer, but he's run wide at the bottom of the hill at turn 7 and dirtied his Michelin tyres He got a cracking run out the keyhole. That might be the key to it. But it looks as though the Hyundai is just a little bit better on that initial turn in to turn 4.
Well, that outside move, it has to be said, it does take some cooperation from the car that's being passed, because there was a little bit of overlap, and Denny DuPont decided he didn't want any part of that, and just made sure that that door closed in a position where Whitmer had to think about self-preservation there. He backed out of it, and that saved both of their races, I think it's safe to say. And that's part of racecraft, and that's the risk you take when you run the outside as he did there. It needs a little more overlap to make that a more difficult decision for DuPont to try and shut the door like that as decisively as he did.
It's Owen Trinkler for VRC Motorsports Group in the Porsche that's right ahead of them. And he's just quick enough on the straights to stay ahead. Great to see Owen back in the championship. For a while, he had the honour of being the driver with the most starts in this championship. Had to miss some time away after a nasty fire when he was driving for TGM, or testing for TGM. Great to see him back in racing. One of the sports good guys. And still this battle goes on. So Carl Whitmer's tried both sides at turn 4, 5. We've not seen him yet have a solid look up at the keyhole. That requires a good run out of turn 1. We're inside 5 minutes, so let's say 3 laps perhaps for these guys. Depend where the leader is. Onto the finish straight. Michelin moment of the race. Have a think about it, Ryan. I think in TCR, whatever happens, MMG are going to get my my nomination for staying cool under pressure. LP Montour had that drive through, but they have worked their tools to their advantage, and they are in with a chance. It's not exactly a single moment, but they've planned their race with some skill. Traffic now, I'll get back to Ryan in a moment. Which way do you go? The leader goes to the left and now gets on the dirt. Will that compromise the run into turn 7? Here comes the Honda, gets a much cleaner run, a more optimum run through turn 7, through 8, through the kink and over the top of the brow of the hill into Thunder Valley. That's as close as the Honda's been for a couple of laps. They're both moving around. The rear tyre is beginning to protest now as they come towards the carousel at the end of their 152nd lap with time. Oh, just 3 minutes to go. 2 more laps for these guys. So I'm going to say TCR MMG, and at the GS field, moment of the race. I think we have to look at that pit stop for Ibiza Farm Motorsport for the leader in the McLaren that initially gave them the lead, which effectively they've been able to defend since then. Please feel free to disagree with me, because I can make a case under similar circumstances for Turner Motorsport, for Car Barn, who've had a fast car all day, and also a quick shout out for Rafa Racing, who've worked their way up the 6th position as well with some smart moves.
I can't really argue with your selections. The only caveat is we might not have seen the moment of the race yet in TCR. It might be about to happen here. Carl Whitmer could make a pretty solid case for himself if he were able to make the pass. I think it would go MMG's way regardless, but the moment itself might change. As for GS, it's that penultimate pit stop that got Michael Cooper to the lead, and he's been magic ever since he got that lead, just hanging on to that margin, extending it, it seems like, each and every lap.
Yeah, Magic Michael Cooper might be an epithet that sticks. They come to the line, this battle for the lead in TCR, with 1 minute and 21 to go, but of course, you called this. They are not in charge of their own destiny. It will be 2 more laps, nearly 5 miles for these two. The leader will see the white flag next time around. That is Michael Cooper. But Montreal Motorsports, are they in line with that MMG number 93 Honda to go one better than where they are? Cooper comes round now in traffic to take the white flag. Just under 2.5 miles for him to go. And again, the outside move down to turn 4, but this time the Hyundai drifts back into the middle because there's no challenge from behind. They are both laying it on the line. Big stripes of Michelin rubber from the front and the rear tyres as they slide, and 4-wheel drift, flat drifting through the corners. This is outstanding stuff. These are front-wheel drive cars. You wouldn't know it the way they are moving around. It's incredible stuff. Through onto Thunder Valley for the penultimate time. The leader of the overall race, and in GS, is on his last lap. He's pulled out 4 seconds on Turner Motorsports. Luke Amars and Jeff Westphal's holding on and still right up the tailpipes, but has not been able to pass. Now it's the white flag for the TCR battle, and there's probably more gap than there has been for the last couple of laps. Will turn 1 provide the opportunity for the Honda to get a better run up the hill? This is the last chance. Oh, a little wiggle by the leader. Maybe too much curb. And out to the right-hand side, our leader of the whole race, the Ibiza Farms McLaren, is coming to the carousel now and will take the checkered flag and win the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 Hours of Mid-Ohio. They go wild on the pit wall. Luke Amar second, Jeff Westphal third. It'll be Stephen McAleer in fourth. This is a big championship. The pass has been made. The pass has been made on the last lap for TCR, and that seals the Michelin moment of the race, surely. Or will there be a counter move from Denny Dupont? MNG, I thought there'd been a good run up the hill. Now, was that done into the keyhole, or was it done down the hill where it had been tried several times before? What a pass, what a race, what a TCR battle. The front wheel drive cars have given us superb entertainment, and the Montreal Motorsport Group will come home as the winners in TCR, and they'll take the Michelin moment of the race. They were in line for it anyway, but the last lap pass to take the victory seals it for the number 93 Honda in TCR, and they are ecstatic. Ryan Marine, what a race in both of the classes. We knew it was going to be good, but that last, 25 minutes or so was absolutely spellbinding.
Well, that was outstanding. You know, Denny Dupont did everything he could to hang on to that spot. Let's look at it one more time, John. How was this move made?
Well, it was a good run out of the keyhole by the Honda. We'd seen it a few times. Dupont had been defending to the right-hand side, but this time, you called it 2 laps before. He got the overlap, somehow got it stopped into turn 4 and stood on the brakes to make the block pass stick into 5. Denny Dupont will be crushed, but in all fairness, let's be honest, let's think of KMW as well, who were in charge of that race until the alternator failed on their car. But Honda have won TCR at the racetrack home of Honda here in the United States. 2 cracking battles, 4 hours. I am a damp rag in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. I'm going to have to go for a lie down and a glass of some kind of reviving liquid, Ryan.
That sounds like a plan to me as well. Wow, what a fantastic finish. That TCR battle was shaping up to be a classic, and that's the way it played out. And for MMG, They had a miserable start to the year, John. 12th at Daytona, didn't see the checkered flag at Sebring, credited with 7th place. Started to turn the season around a little bit at Laguna Seca, got up on the podium for the first time, and now their first win since CTMP, middle of the season last year, which is when they entered the championship conversation 1 year ago. I've got a little math to do to see where they find themselves now, but they were only 220 points out at the championship lead coming in.
Wow.
So I would say they are in the mix now in the TCR class.
Well, you do some arithmetic. I'll give some unofficial results as they stand at the moment, because we have not had post-race technical inspection. But it will be a big change around at the top of the GS category because of the travails of the number 57 car, which does not feature in the top 10 for Winward after being up there for more than half the race. McLaren, Ibiza Farm Motorsport, Moise Oreski did his job at the start of the race. Michael Cooper, Magic Michael Cooper, has brought it home ahead of 3 BMWs, Turner Motorsport, Carbon and Auto Technic Racing, and then 2 Toyotas, the Koch Copeland Motorsport number 23 and the Rafa Racing number 12, working their way up into 6th position. ST Racing stealthing their way. Is stealthing a word? It is now. Bill Oberlin and Samantha Tan getting inside the top 10. Stephen Cameron Racing just outside that top 10. Harter Racing, it could have been better for the two Hannahs early on. Let's break away from the results for a moment, because Brian Till is with some of the celebrations. Let's head down to Brian Till for a BDO report.
Has climbed out, and what a Sunday afternoon drive, right? You made it look easy.
It definitely wasn't a Sunday afternoon drive. Those BMWs were really fast, and that last restart, my car didn't really turn on that well. Luckily, I had Robbie, I think, in between me and the other second and third place cars, and that just like gave me those couple laps to get back in the groove with the car and get the tires back in, because it wasn't working. And then it was just head down and just push like hell.
And you're not the only one who had a good drive, Moise. You started the whole thing. You're driving, Michael and I talked about it, the improvements that have been made since you guys have been together. You showed that in qualifying. You showed it in the first stint.
Yeah, I did a great double stint. I love McLaren. It's just a car that, works well with me, speaks well to me. But, watching this race, I always say it's about the team, but this one, a 4-hour race, it was all about the team, the strategy. Everybody had to execute. My 2 stints, Michael, with the restarts and everything. So it is a team sport, but this one, definitely the team had the right strategy. You nailed every single pit stop, so it's just amazing to celebrate a victory.
Well, McLaren may speak to him, and what it said today was winner.
Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant stuff. TCR, let's not forget that. MMG, Carl Whitner finishing off a brilliant job ahead of Denny Dupont and taking the Michelin moment of the race for that last lap pass. They were in good stead for it anyway, I think. And another Hyundai in 3rd position. We'll try and grab a word with the ecstatic Montreal Motorsport Group team. Here's how the Grand Sport GS points stand. 1,250 points for Dylan McIvern and Luca Mars. They lead the championship, tied in 2nd place, 200 points behind the winners today, the Cooper Aretsky McLaren, and then Austin Krantz and Stephen McAleer, who came home in 4th position, and Nate Cicero and Robert Noaker, who were only 10th position today. They are only 60 points further back. In TCR, it is now the number 33 Hyundai. Remember, that car was facing the wrong direction after being hit. And then it's the Brown and DuPont 2nd place car from today, 20 back. Matty Oust and Mark Wilkins ahead of the guys who won today. Brian has the TCR winners.
It doesn't even matter how many corners you lead as long as it's the last one. Talk me through that last lap.
I mean, it was one of those races where Denny kept me really honest. These are the best touring car pros to finish a race, right? So I had to size him up, and I could not. So I pressured him until his tires ran out. I had a really good launch, and I did the good old NASCAR side draft and lunged it in there and prayed the brakes would work, and of course it did. It's a Honda, so super pumped about the team, MMG, and the boys. They did a really good job.
They did a really good job. How nervous were you guys watching Di? You started the thing.
Oh my God, that was crazy. I can't believe he nailed it in the last lap. It was so good to watch, so fun to watch.
Yeah, it was very good to watch. Was very happy for the team and HRC to win at a home race.
And you knew he had it the whole time, right?
Yeah, Carl has that kind of thing about last lap, almost last corner. That's up to him, man.
Save the best for last. They certainly did. And like we talked about early on, this is a huge win for Honda in their backyard.
Oh, thanks, Brian. Brian Till working for us today with the over-the-shoulder kind of pit reports for our video pit lane reports today. Dai Yoshihara wins in IMSA. I mean, that's a story in itself, Ryan. Watkins Glen coming up in the middle of June, a couple of weeks after Le Mans. Sum that one up with some final thoughts. Both classes bringing us superb enjoyment, entertainment, and excitement. I honestly didn't know where to look at one stage towards the end of that race.
Well, we said off the top, these endurance races, these 4-hour races in Michelin Pilot Challenge, they provide entertainment down to the finish, and we just felt that it was percolating, and finally it came good right at the end, especially in TCR. All credit to Honda for eking out the win. I thought it was going to go to the other Honda, but they had their misfortunes today. MMG was there to pick up the torch, and look, a lot of people were talking about BMW dominance coming into the race, but we said, didn't we, don't say it's a foregone conclusion. And one of the cars we had circled, you and I both, was the 44 McLaren of Ibiza Farms. Moise Uretsky got him started. The pit crew got him the track position, and then Michael Cooper finished the job. That is, I think it's their 4th win in the last 6 races, going back to the end of last year. Just a remarkable run that they're on right now.
Yeah, and they begin the championship challenge right now with the car that they beat today. Feel a little bit for Bryce Ward and for Dan Arrow. Also, of course, for the KMW guys, both with alternator failures when either leading or in with a chance of the win. But unfortunately, that is the way racing goes sometimes. Thank you very much to Aaron and Keith D'Alessandro and the rest of the team up at NASCAR Productions, to the guys at Apex on site, and of course to Rob Lomas and Curry and Tim across in London, up in London, for all of their hard work. It was Brian Till in the pits, and along with Ryan Marine and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Thanks for being with us this weekend here at Mid-Ohio. Bye-bye.